The regular meeting of the Board of Trustees for March 10th, 2026 is called to order at 5:31 p.m. Please let the record reflect for purposes of attendance that we are missing Trustee Singh and Trustee Sidhu. What are the wishes of the board on the agenda? Thank you. I have a motion by Trustee Kirk. I have a second by Trustee Kerfan. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. We will now take any comments from the public on any closed session items. Again, if you wish to provide a comment on any of the closed session items, now is the time to provide it. The number to call is 559-276-3150, or if you are in the room, you can step forward.
Board President, 30 seconds have passed and there's no callers at this time.
Thank you. Hearing no comments from the public on our closed session items, we will adjourn to closed session and return at 7 p.m. for our open session. Thank you. The board reconvenes to open session at 7 p.m. I do just want to announce that beginning our first April meeting, we will begin open session shortly after closed session. We will no longer wait until 7 p.m. just so that we can get as much business done during a reasonable hour for everyone attending and in consideration of our student trustees. Items to report from our closed session. We had Trustee Sidhu join us at 5:34 p.m. and Trustee Singh join us at 5:37. The certificated personnel report was approved unanimously by a motion by Vice President Sellers and a second by Trustee Singh. We also had a unanimous approval of the classified personnel report, a motion by Vice President Sellers and a second by Trustee Singh. The board also took action to approve a resolution terminating vice principals for Central East. A motion was made by Trustee Kirk and a second was made by Vice President Sellers. Motion carried unanimously. The board also took action to approve resolution number 2526-36, non-reelecting 3 certificated employees. That was by a motion by Trustee Kirfan, a second by Trustee Kirk, unanimous support. And finally, the board took action to approve case number CSS C2526.05, a motion by Trustee Kirk and a second by Trustee Sidhu. Motion carried unanimously. And with that, we will move on to our Pledge of Allegiance. If I can please have Vice President Sellers lead us. Thank you. We move on to community engagement information. If I can please have our interpreter translators come forward.
Good evening. If you wish to address the board, please call 559-276-3150 or fill out a request form provided on the table near the entrance and submit it to the clerk of the board prior to the meeting. If you wish to speak on an item on the agenda, please do so when that item is called. If you wish to speak on an item not on the agenda, you may speak during the public comment section of the agenda. Si desea dirigirse a la mesa directiva, llame al número 559-276-3150 o complete un formulario de solicitud provisto en la mesa cerca de la entrada y preséntelo al secretario de la mesa directiva antes de la reunión. Se permitirán comentarios públicos relacionados con los temas de la agenda cuando se llame el tema. Los comentarios públicos sobre un tema que no está en la agenda se permitirán durante la sección de comentarios públicos de la agenda. The district welcomes other language speakers to the board meetings. Anyone planning to attend and needing an interpreter for a language other than Spanish should call 559-274-4700, extension 10150, by noon on the Friday preceding the board meeting, or at least 48 hours in advance of the meeting so arrangements can be made for an interpreter. El distrito da la bienvenida a las personas que hablan otros idiomas a las reuniones de la mesa directiva. Cualquier persona que planifique asistir y necesite un intérprete para un idioma que no sea español, llame al 559-274-4700, extensión 10150, el viernes antes de la reunión y antes del mediodía, o por lo menos 48 horas antes de la reunión, para poder hacer los arreglos para la interpretación. Thank you.
Thank you.
ਸਤਿ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ। ਜੇਕਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਬੋਰਡ ਨੂੰ ਸੰਬੋਧਿਤ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਹੋ ਤਾਂ 559-276-3150 ਤੇ ਕਾਲ ਕਰੋ ਜਾਂ ਐਂਟਰੀ ਦਰਵਾਜ਼ੇ ਦੇ ਨੇੜੇ ਟੇਬਲ ਤੇ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਗਏ ਇੱਕ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਫਾਰਮ ਨੂੰ ਭਰੋ ਅਤੇ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇਸ ਨੂੰ ਬੋਰਡ ਦੇ ਕਲਰਕ ਕੋਲ ਜਮ੍ਹਾਂ ਕਰੋ। ਜੇਕਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਏਜੰਡੇ ਦੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਵੀ ਵਿਸ਼ੇ ਤੇ ਬੋਲਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਹੋ ਤਾਂ ਜਦੋਂ ਏਜੰਡੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਸ ਵਿਸ਼ੇ ਦੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਆਵੇ ਤਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉਸ ਬਾਰੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਵਿਚਾਰ ਸਾਂਝੇ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ। ਜੇਕਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਏਜੰਡੇ ਤੋਂ ਇਲਾਵਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਹੋਰ ਵਿਸ਼ੇ ਤੇ ਬੋਲਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਹੋ ਤਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਏਜੰਡੇ ਦੇ ਜਨਤਕ ਟਿੱਪਣੀ ਸੈਕਸ਼ਨ ਦੌਰਾਨ ਅਜਿਹਾ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ। ਸਾਡਾ ਜ਼ਿਲ੍ਹਾ ਬੋਰਡ ਦੀਆਂ ਮੀਟਿੰਗਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੋਰ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਬੋਲਣ ਵਾਲਿਆਂ ਦਾ ਸਵਾਗਤ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੈ। ਜੇਕਰ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਹਾਜ਼ਰ ਹੋਣ ਦੀ ਯੋਜਨਾ ਬਣਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ ਅਤੇ ਸਪੈਨਿਸ਼ ਜਾਂ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਤੋਂ ਇਲਾਵਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਹੋਰ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਲਈ ਟਰਾਂਸਲੇਟਰ ਦੀ ਲੋੜ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਬੋਰਡ ਦੀ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਸ਼ੁੱਕਰਵਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਦੁਪਹਿਰ ਤੱਕ ਜਾਂ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਤੋਂ ਘੱਟੋ ਘੱਟ 48 ਘੰਟੇ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ 559-274-4700 ਐਕਸਟੈਂਸ਼ਨ 10150 ਤੇ ਕਾਲ ਕਰਕੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਦੱਸੋ ਤਾਂ ਜੋ ਇੱਕ ਟਰਾਂਸਲੇਟਰ ਦਾ ਪ੍ਰਬੰਧ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾ ਸਕਦਾ ਹੈ। ਧੰਨਵਾਦ।
Thank you. We move on to our presentations. We'll begin with our school activities presentation. I'll invite the representative from Central High School, Karai Page. Did I say that correctly? Okay.
Good evening, Board President, Superintendent, and Trustees and Student Trustees. My name is Cry Page, and I am ASB President at Central High School. And it seems like every time I come here, I speak about, how Central has broken another record, we won another championship, or started something new. So tonight, I'm going to ask you all to buckle up for a minute because our Grizzlies have been very busy making history. Recently, we celebrated National FFA Week, recognizing the leadership and agricultural programs that are such a big part of our campus. We also celebrated Lunar New Year during lunch, where the Fresno City College Asian Club performed a traditional lion dance, bringing culture and celebration to campus. Our annual donkey basketball game wrapped up in February, and I'm happy to report that the staff took home the win this year. Students also showed up for a blood drive, helping support our community and local hospitals. Academically, we are incredibly proud that 5 ROP students were selected for the Future Nurses program at Fresno City College, and I'm honored to say that I am one of those students. The Future Nurses program essentially gives students a direct pathway into the registered nursing program after completing their prerequisites. It's a highly competitive opportunity, and being selected means that those students have already demonstrated the academic skills and commitment needed to pursue a career in healthcare. In athletics, our boys wrestling team won the CIF Central Section Division III dual championship, and they were overall champions in Division IV, which is a huge accomplishment for our program. Many of our seniors are currently waiting on college acceptance letters, and we're excited to see where that journey takes them. Spring sports are already off to a great start, with baseball beginning the season 4-1 and badminton starting 1-0. Our ROP criminology program recently introduced a dispatcher trailer, which is actually the only one in California on our side of the Mississippi. Students were able to respond to realistic emergency calls generated by AI, giving them hands-on career experience. Students in the educational careers pathway are also serving as teaching fellows at local elementary schools in our district, gaining real classroom experience while inspiring the next generation. Our FCCLA program recently had 5 students compete at Fresno Pacific University, and all 5 qualified and decided to move on to state competition. Their projects include areas like fashion design, menu planning, interior design, and event planning. Our counselors also recently completed registration for incoming freshmen at El Capitan, as well as scheduling for our current 9th, 10th, and 11th graders. We are also looking to expand opportunities for students next year by potentially adding new courses such as theater technology, physics, and entrepreneurship to our master's schedule. Our winter guard and percussion programs just finished a successful season, improving their score at every competition. Fresno City also visited campus recently to register seniors for their fall classes, helping prepare class of 2030 at Fresno City. Looking ahead, we have several exciting events coming up. First is Chicken Week, which students are definitely looking forward to. Our theater company is making history this year as well. For the first time in 30 years, Central High School will be performing a musical. This year's production is High School Musical, taking place April 23rd through the 26th at Central East, so we hope to see you all there. This weekend, we will also be hosting our Sadie Hawkins dance at Gateway Ice Center. Our grad night for seniors is also getting closer every day. It's just 58 days. I know the seniors are very excited about that, and we are all very thrilled to walk across the stage on June 8th. At Central High, we actually celebrate 2 graduations. In addition to our Central High School ceremony, 32 seniors, including myself, will also be graduating from Fresno City College with our associate degrees. That ceremony will take place May 22nd, 2026 at the Save Mart Center at 6:30 p.m. Students will also participate in CTE ROP Career Challenge Day, and our FFA students will attend the state convention March 21st through the 24th in Ontario. Our jazz band is also entering festival season, where they'll continue representing Central's strong music program. And before I close, I'm going to tap on your prior knowledge. By a show of hands, does anyone remember what we do as Grizzlies at the end of every presentation? Good, okay. I'm glad you all remember. So let's try this together. On the countdown from 3, 3, 2, 1. Claws up. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Next, we invite Pershing and Pathway Student Representative Jesus Felix and our former student trustee.
Good evening, Board President Carrillo, members of the Board of Trustees, and Superintendent Dr. Marshall. My name is Jesus Felix, and I'm the president of Professional Persian FFA and Persian ASB. I'm excited to share some of the great things our students have been involved in over the past few months. First, I want to highlight our FFA program. On February 26th, our marketing cooperative students competed in an FFA contest, and one of our students earned 5th high individual in the entire competition. That's a big accomplishment, and we are very proud of the hard work that went into it. Our academic decathlon team also continues to do an outstanding job. They won their division for the second year in a row, brought home 35 medals. They competed against Central High and Century East in their division and came out on top again. Their preparation and teamwork really paid off. In January, students in our opportunity class went to Scout Island for a leadership trip. They took part in a high rope course that focused on trust, teamwork, and building confidence. It was a powerful experience, especially for our freshmen and sophomores, and it gave them a chance to step up and support each other. Our students involved in the Mountain Olympus project, sponsored by the Elks Lodge, visited Cal Poly and later presented to the Elks Lodge and Oceano about how they plan to make a positive impact in their communities. They represented our school well and showed strong public speaking and leadership skills. Several students are in Veteran Video Project class. Students are learning how to conduct interviews while recording the stories of local veterans. It's a meaningful way to preserve history and build real-world communication skills. On the college and career side, we took students to Reilly College on March 2nd so they could explore programs and career pathways. We also have trips planned to Fresno City and Fresno State. Tomorrow we'll host Career Day on campus where students will hear from employers and trade programs about future opportunities. On February 10th, students attended the World Ag Expo in Tulare. They saw the latest agricultural technology and enjoyed the experience. In athletics, our boys and girls basketball teams continue to show great teamwork, sportsmanship, and school pride. We are proud of the effort and positive attitude they bring to our campus. We also celebrate Black History Month by sharing videos that highlight important Black historical figures. This learning continued with 12 of our students visiting Cornell Allensworth State Historic Park today, a historic Black settlement right here in California. It's a great way for students to connect with local history and understand its importance. Finally, 7 of our freshman Persian FFA leaders will attend the State FFA Leadership Conference later this month. Thanks to the foundation of Central Schools, their costs are covered. They're excited to grow as leaders and represent our school at the state level. Overall, our students are working hard, stepping into leadership roles, and taking advantage of the many opportunities available to them. We are proud of their growth and thankful for the continued support that makes this experience possible. Thank you, board members. Have a great evening, and go Mustangs. Thank you.
Thank you both, and let's give our students another round of applause for all their accomplishments. Thank you very much. We move on to employee recognition. I will turn it over to Assistant Superintendent McLennan.
Good evening. I'd like to invite Mr. Mike Scott and Lori Hinkle, our Director of Special Education, to the podium for tonight's recognition.
We're going to invite up Mike Ross. All righty. Good evening, Board President Carrillo, trustees, student trustee, and Dr. Marshall. Tonight we would like to recognize Mike Ross, a PE teacher at Glacier Point Middle School. He was recognized as fall semester's 2025 Teacher of the Season by Special Olympics Northern California and was honored in the January edition of School Partnership Program newsletter that is received by their contact list with the Special Olympics Northern California footprint. His nomination will also be forwarded to the Special Olympic Volunteer of the Year Committee for the Educator category during the 2025 selection process, where the selections take place the spring of 2026. A little bit more about the Teacher of the Season. The Teacher of the Season recognition lauds educators who demonstrate exemplary commitment to their students, their respective schools, and the school's partnership program. In a typical school year, nominations are submitted after each semester or season or sport. This is what was mentioned in his nomination. When Unified Physical Education was introduced at his site 3 years ago, Mike jumped in wholeheartedly. From day one, he embraced the program with enthusiasm and a genuine commitment to inclusion. His passion for Unified PE is evident in every lesson he teaches and every interaction he has with his students. Mike consistently brings creativity and thoughtful planning to his classes, ensuring activities are engaging, accessible, and meaningful for all students. His strong connections with students create a supportive environment where everyone feels valued and empowered to succeed. In addition, his deep knowledge of physical education and unified practices allows him to adapt instruction effectively and maximize student participation. Mike Ross exemplifies the spirit and mission of the Special Olympics through his dedication, leadership, and unwavering belief in his students' abilities. He is truly deserving of recognition as Special Olympics Fall 2025 Teacher of the Season. When I reached out to get a little bit more information about Mike and all that he does for United PE, I received an overwhelmingly response of positivity and description of ways that he has made the program and the relationship between general education and special education stronger. I'd like to read you what his principal said because it was pretty powerful. Over the course of a student's K-12 career, they will encounter about 45 classroom teachers. Teachers like Mike Ross are the ones they remember. They remember he cares truly and genuinely about each person he encounters. They remember because he makes him feel heard and valued as an individual. They remember because he never saw them as their worst moment, only as the possibility of their best moment. Mike Ross is being recognized as the Teacher of the Season for the Special Olympics for his work with the United PE program at Glacier Point. His work with this class and these students stands as a testament to who he is and what he believes in. When the time comes to look back on Mike Ross's career, it won't be defined by years on a resume. It will be defined by the students who felt seen because of him, who believed in themselves because he believed in them, and whose lives are better because he was their teacher. That's the true measure of an educator, and that's the legacy Mike is building every day." End quote. Thank you for your dedication and the commitment that you have to the program, and more importantly, to the students at Glacier Point. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, do you want to go up front? No, shake everybody's hand. Let's give Mr. Ross another round of applause. I know we hear great things from the students in the program, so thank you. We have one more recognition. Correct? No, we don't. Fall semester 2025. It's all one? It's all one? Okay. Okay, we move on to Employee Association highlights. Do we have President Laura Bolton from Central Unified Teachers Association? Laura Rep? Okay. We now invite Ms. Aguirre, President for California School Employees Association.
Hi. Good evening, board members, President Carrillo, and Dr. Marshall. I just wanted to give a little shout out to our bus drivers who participated in the 2026 Loco Rodeo. Their dedication and willingness to represent our district does not go unnoticed. Congratulations to the drivers who placed in their events. Robert Munoz, first place. Carrie Linder, second place. Ricky Woods, second place in transit. Brian Rodriguez, third place, transit. Ricky Woods, Brian Rodriguez, and Tony Hiraz, first place in transit team. We are proud to share that they will now be advancing to the sectionals in Bakersfield. Thank you for all the bus drivers who represented our district with professionalism and pride. Best of luck at sectionals. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. We move on to Superintendent Board Communications. We'll first hear from Dr. Marshall, Superintendent.
Okay. All right, we'll start with some highlights. I want to first celebrate a lot of our student athletes. The Garza High School boys and girls basketball teams, they won their league championships. Rio Vista won the league championship. Our Central East girls varsity basketball team, they advanced to the state regionals. I was at that game. And for the first time in 20 years, Hernan Barstow, the wrestling team, won the championship in the district. Central High School's wrestling team, they won both the CIF section championship and then the boys dual championship. Congratulations to Central East, Micaiah James. She's one of our women's state wrestling champions. As you can see from the picture, and I was spoken about recently, the donkey basketball, that was my first time seeing that. That was, that was a big success. And I really got to feel like a celebrity at Tilly for Read Across America. So I want to thank them for inviting me to that. Next slide. Looking ahead, I mean, that's a nice picture. I mean, it's a picture that says that this is from Madison. They're thanking me for the sign. But I want to thank the board for going with the plan as far as upgrading our facilities. I mean, that's how this work gets done. So I want to give the board thanks. But at the next board meeting, what's going to happen is that the firm that you engaged, Caldwell, Flores, and Winters, they're going to come back and they're going to give a scope and sequence of all of the different sites and the money that's available to fix up each site. So they're going to do that next month. We're going to be doing a series starting with, to get to know the students better. I'll be doing Lunch with the Superintendent series at all the different, I think all the schools have signed up. Okay. Justin Garza High School, they're presenting a presentation in the Heights. I'll be going to that this weekend. I wanted to go last week, but the basketball championship, I wanted to go see that too. And then we had the LCAP meetings. There was one at Biola last night, and the one tomorrow at LCAP. Those are good meetings. It's really good to kind of hear the feedback that the families have to what we do for our students. And the last thing that I have is that one thing I'm going to work with fiscal. Really, it's about building some understanding around the budget. Because if we go into a different era in California, I think things are starting to change a little bit. So I think right now, more than ever, we really need to get a handle on the funding aspect of it. And so I'll be doing that as well. And that's it.
Thank you, Dr. Marshall. We will now move on to Board Bylaws Policy and Board Engagement Subcommittee report. We met last week on Tuesday, both Trustee Kirk and I, members of this great committee. We reviewed, I didn't count them, but a ton of board policies that are before you today for approval. Many of them were updates consistent with changes in the law, and then others to document our processes in place. So if you have any questions when that item comes up, ask administration. I'm sure they can answer your questions. Anything else, Trustee Kirk, you'd like to add? Okay, perfect. Board reports, we'll start with our student trustee. If there's anything you'd like to report.
Hi, I don't have much to report, just the musical that opened in the PAC in the Heights. I talked to some students about it. I personally watched it, and it was beautiful. One of the best high school productions I've ever seen.
Oh.
One review, I call it, said, the set was majestic, the vocals were beautiful, and the dances were fantastic and smooth. They made it feel as if we were actually in Washington Heights. I definitely recommend seeing a show, or all of it. Annalise Davidson. Another one said, the show was an amazing production, very organized, and overall, a lot of talent from everyone in the cast. Jenna Davidson. That's it.
Thank you. Is there any member of the board wishing to speak? Trustee Kirk?
Thank you, President Carrillo. I would just like to take this brief public opportunity and speaking on our personnel reports that we approved today. There's not we don't always get a chance to do this, but I would like to do a special shout out to Ms. Oliver, Ms. Hamlin, Mr. Lowney, Margaret, and Celia. If you all do not hear enough the impact that you have on children's lives, these are teachers that individually impacted my kids' lives. So thank you for all of your years of service, Ms. Oliver, Ms. Hamlin, Mr. Lowney, Margaret, and Celia. Thank you from this very proud warrior parent.
Trustee Singh?
Just wanted to share with the board and with the community, Trustee Sellers and I and Dr. Lopez, we had an opportunity to go participate in the Black History Month celebration in downtown. It was a fantastic event, had great participation from so many Central students, and I think Trustee Sellers and I were just looking at and really just hoping there's ways that we can better integrate in terms of curriculum and make sure into our district boundaries in the future. But it was a great event.
Thank you. Trustee Griffon?
Thank you, President Carrillo. I'm also going to follow Trustee Kirk's steps, and I just want to also give a shout out to Mr. Watrous at Central High, who is one of my teachers. He's a phenomenal teacher. Some of my best experiences in the classroom at Central were in his class. So, and then I also want to thank the principals and teachers and aides that invited me to speak during Read Across America. This year I got to read to the classes at Madison Elementary, at Teague and McKinley. Thank you for everyone there. It was a great experience. And I got to read to different grades, whether they were in 5th grade, in 2nd grade, or our special day classes. So great experience. Your kiddos are very well behaved, so all the teachers, principals, you should be very proud of them. And everyone, remember to keep reading. The Fresno County Library is rewarding kids with In and Out if they read 100 books or something like that. So make sure you're reading this summer.
Fantastic. And we will have a formal agenda item to celebrate all of our retirees. So keep an eye on our agenda for that. Dr. Marshall, you had something to share?
Right, I forgot the most important item as far as the board approved the master facilities plan recently, and that work is getting started. I think the kickoff will be at Central High School next week. So I want to share that.
Fantastic. Thank you. We move on to comments from the public. At this time, we will take any comments from the public on any item not currently on the agenda. We've allocated 20 minutes for this item. Anyone in the audience wishing to provide comment, now is the time to come forward, or if you are watching or listening to us from home or wherever you may be, the number to call is 559-276-3150. Do we have any comments from the public?
Yes, and if I see folks in the audience who can raise their hand. If you can fill out a comment card, we'll call you in the order we receive them.
How many do we have?
We have 2 cards on consent.
So they will have 3 minutes to address the board. Who is our first speaker?
So these are on consent items.
Oh, okay.
So we can call those now?
Sure, let's take them now.
All right. So our first comment is from Esther Kircher.
Good evening, President Carrillo, members of the board, Dr. Marshall, cabinet, and the Central community. My name is Esther Kircher, an elementary principal here in our district, and I am speaking in support of my colleague, Mr. Eric Winrick, who is currently subject to the proposed reconfiguration of the position of Supervisor of RAE, formerly known as REA, Research, Evaluation, and Assessment. Specifically, consent item number 5. I have had the honor of working with Mr. Winrick in various capacities over the last 10 years. During my 4 years in educational services and as supervisor of English learners and migrant services, Mr. Winrick supported our department greatly by providing professional development to educators and by helping us acquire and analyze student data to support the assessment and identification of English learners. He assisted in leveraging our student information system, ARIES, to effectively progress monitor our English learners. This data was critical in facilitating the reclassification process for many students across our district in grades K-12. His support was also invaluable during our federal progress monitoring cycles, FPM, and I very much believe that his work played a critical role in helping our district remain in compliance. As an elementary principal, I have also seen Mr. Renwick's work extend far beyond developing assessment calendars that support our K-12 system. He has consistently supported site leadership teams by providing detailed student data reports that help us make targeted decisions to improve student outcomes. Lastly, I would like to speak as a parent. My son is a longstanding student here in our district who also happens to be vision impaired. Mr. Wenrick personally reached out to other neighboring districts, as far as and including San Francisco, to collaborate and educate our district's technology team, as well as Fresno County's technology representatives. His efforts helped to ensure that my son had the accessibility tools and resources necessary to participate in both local and state assessments as a blind student, paving the way for other visually impaired students in our district and county. Mr. Wenrick has proven himself to be an invaluable asset to this district. I respectfully request that the proposal to eliminate and reconfigure the position of Supervisor of RAE be reconsidered so that the full scope and impact of his work continues to support our district office, school sites, and community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Our next comment comes from Eric Wenrick. You will also have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Eric Wenrick, and I am again speaking to L5. It occurs to me that the team proposing this resolution is too new to know who I am. For years, I have put together board presentations others have delivered. As a result, you don't know who I am. For too long, the title of supervisor has been used to exclude me from rooms where decisions are made. Collecting the right data for program evaluation needs to be built into the program planning. Otherwise, we stumble from year to year, unable to provide clear evidence of a program's successes or struggles. People come to me after the fact seeking a report, and I'm stuck with whatever available information I can find. As a result, we don't know when to stop interventions, and we don't learn to improve. I've been requesting a 225-day contract for years. My only major point of disagreement is thinking I should continue to be paid at a competitive salary at the director level. I've provided evidence regarding multiple violations of board policy in a carefully rewritten job description, not the attached version that fails to address API going away in 2013, or, as Esther said, REA being aligned with the two positions in the department, or excluding major job duties. But it's not my responsibility to explain the behavior of others. I've shown how this proposal imposes more work and an 18% salary reduction while saving less than 0.05% from classified salaries. I've graphed the roughly 28,000 gap separating a fair reclassification from this proposal as a budget dust. But there's a lot going on in that little speck of budget dust. It's about developing a quick flip procedure for reclassification so that Eli and his fellow 6th grade EL students start middle school with an elective class. It's about helping Beth process CHKS results, that was the earlier survey, and then when she leaves the district, taking over full responsibility for stakeholder surveys so that school leaders like Aaron and Nicole have reliable data to create a school culture where kids can thrive. It's about withstanding a swirl of constantly changing leadership in special education and making sure Marcus, along with hundreds of other students, have the accommodation and supports they need to present the very best version of themselves on our assessments. It's about making sure we never again fail to submit the SSB paperwork by taking responsibility for ensuring that Mia and 187 of her peers can use their state seal of biliteracy to gain a competitive edge on their job applications. It's about compiling math placement variables to ensure Gloria and all 8th grade students are properly placed in their high school math class. It's about making sure every mom, dad, and extended family and guardian has an answer to the question, is my child learning what they need to know to take it to the next level? And it's about you providing information that trustees need to make complex decisions. Most impactfully, it's about Krista and hundreds of other teachers getting reliable, comparable data on every student in every classroom to guide instruction every day. And that's central to our success. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next comment, not under consent, is from Gurinder Johan. And you will have 3 minutes, sir, when you begin.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here today because of a safety concern regarding Central Unified's property located near West Dakota between Hayes and Polk, which is designated as a future site for an elementary school. For several months, large trucks with trailers and rundown RVs have been parking illegally along the fence on this property. These vehicles frequently obstruct traffic by parking partially on the road, creating hazardous conditions for drivers traveling through West Dakota Avenue. Recently, just this Saturday, one of the big rugs was backing up and crashed into one of the power poles. This incident caused a brief fire and resulted in a power outage affecting about 5,000 homes in my neighborhood alone, or in this area. The driver did attempt to flee, but our neighborhood, we did stop him and prevented him, called Fresno PD, who handled it from there. The ongoing presence of these vehicles has made the area increasingly unsafe. The trucks and RVs block visibility at night, making it difficult for drivers to navigate the road. I've also noticed that Central high school students that are, walking back home, it can interfere with that because it really limits how much, what areas they can walk through, because it's covering half the sidewalk. Additionally, the noise from these vehicles, especially when they are started or parked late at night, has become a significant disturbance for me and my neighbors. As a property owner and someone who has children at Central Unified, I respectfully request that the school district install signage on the chain link fence indicating that illegal parking vehicles will be towed. I'm also urging that the district coordinate with Fresno PD, since you guys are the property owners and they're more likely to take action on preventing these vehicles from even being on that property. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and I understand you also sent an email, and Dr. Marshall confirmed he's received your email.
I apologize. I know you haven't had much time to respond. We all work, so I have to make the time for that.
I just wanted to acknowledge that we have your email, and so administration will follow up and take the necessary steps to ensure we take action.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for advocating for safety. President Carrillo, I have no other cards at this time.
Okay. Do we have any calls? Okay. Hearing no further comments from the public on consent or non-agendized items, we move on to our consent agenda. What are the wishes of the board on the consent agenda?
Motion to approve.
Thank you. I have a motion by Trustee Kirk. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second by Trustee Sadoo. Any discussion? If not, student trustee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Board members, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. We move on to our action items. Our first item is student discipline cases. Is there any desire to vote for them individually? Hearing none, what are the wishes of the board on the three listed cases?
Motion to approve as recommended.
Thank you. I have a motion by Trustee Kerfan to approve the three cases listed as recommended by administration. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second by Trustee Sadoo. Student trustee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustees, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. We move on to approve the 25-26 second interim budget report, and we will first have a presentation.
Good evening. We have our fiscal director, Ms. Patricia McCulley. She's going to be presenting there.
Good evening, President Carrillo, members of the board, Superintendent Marshall. This evening, I do bring to you the second interim budget report. Each year, we have 4 separate opportunities to provide formative information regarding the health of our school district through the lens of fiscal solvency. The next report that will be brought to the board will be after the close of the year for unaudited actuals. As we focus on our second interim report, there are 3 types of certifications. Each certification has various consequences based on the district's ability to meet its financial obligations for the current year and 2 subsequent years. Using our current multi-year projection, we are submitting our second interim with a positive certification. Our district's current enrollment is 16,008 students, with a projection of adding, on average, approximately 50 students a year. This low variance of numbers has our enrollment projected to be flat. Our daily average attendance is projected at 91.84%, and our unduplicated pupil percentage is at 80.95%. An unduplicated pupil is defined as a student who is low income, an English learner, and/or a foster youth. The state adopted budget includes a 2.3% cost of living adjustment, which supports salaries, health and welfare benefits, and the increase in cost of goods and services. Before we look at the numbers, it is important to understand that this budget is a snapshot in time. Our ending fund balance allows us to meet our current 5% reserve requirement per board policy. I think it is imperative that everyone knows and understands our district pays around $14 million each month for salaries and benefits for our employees. The additional ending fund balance will allow us to maintain positive certifications for the next 2 years. We will revisit this $39 million ending fund balance later in the presentation. Our district is projected to spend $196.5 million of unrestricted funds on employee salaries and health and welfare benefits this year. This totals to more than 80% of the district's total unrestricted expenditures. Restricted expenditures are funds that must be spent for specific purposes on required state, federal, or grants, rules, and regulations. These expenditures require reporting at various points of the year. 49% of these funds are also spent on salaries and benefits for staff to support student learning. Our multi-year projection is based on the projection of a flat enrollment over the next 2 years, steady unduplicated pupil percentage, the 2.3% COLA, a projected slight increase to LCFF funding, the increase in the cost of the COP loan, and the cost of our annual step and column salary increases, which include retirement plans and the health and welfare costs. Now is when I'd like to revisit the $39 million ending fund balances. This is the balance that carries us over to start our district off for the following school year. As we look forward to the upcoming years, we will need to continue to research the cost of effectiveness of expenditures to ensure we will remain fiscally solvent and maintain our required 5% in reserve in year 3. As we are planning, we are looking forward in anticipation of what is coming up in the 26-27 year. We have a large textbooks adoption required by the state that our teachers and ed services have been working on diligently. We have a device refresh for student Chromebooks, and we have increasing contributions to deferred maintenance to address facility repairs at various sites and departments. As we wrap up our second interim reporting, we are in the position to continue to meet our financial obligations with the support of one-time federal and state funds. However, we do need to be cautious of the political uncertainty ahead in California. Our costs are rising. I don't know if anyone's gotten gas lately at Costco, but it's clear. It's a clear indicator of what we need to prepare for. It is important that we maintain our reserve in order to continue to provide the necessary services for our students and the community. At this time, if there's any questions from the board I can answer, I'd be happy to.
Thank you. I'm going to assume if we have questions or comments from the public that someone will let me know. Student trustee, do you have any questions? Questions from the board or comments? Vice President Sellers and then Trustee Kerfan.
It's not so much a question, but just a request. Can we
So
get
we'll
a
move on. I'm just
copy of the presentation? It wasn't included in this.
Yes, we can get you guys a copy.
Thank you.
Certainly.
Trustee Kerfan.
Thank you, President Carrillo. And Director McCurley, I know this is your first time presenting the budget to us. I know at least in my time on this board, every year I kind of have the same request, is that if we can get a version of this budget that is not designed as one big spreadsheet for the county accountants, I would prefer us to have some version of the budget that is legible for laymen, for people of the public, so we can understand where exactly the buckets of money are going to, how are different sites receiving funds. That way we can better understand the inequities in our budget and how we can better do our job as trustees to allocate funds.
We can certainly prepare that for the next time.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Do we have any documents within the budget packet that we received, the second interim, that would provide that information?
It is embedded in that entire 1-inch thick packet. Correct, it's there. But it is complicated to read through.
Okay. And then, did you have any? Okay. Can you go back to the slide that shows the unrestricted funds? And I think it showed what the unrestricted funds would be for
This one?
that one there. So the 5% reserve, which the board has adopted via board policy, we would not be meeting that
In year
the
3.
third.
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
Correct. We meet it in year 2. We do not currently meet it in year 3.
Okay. Just want to point that out to us and to the public. As trustees, one of our primary duties, fiduciary duties, is that we maintain solvency and that we comply with our own bylaws. And so we just want to be cognizant of that as we're allocating additional funds and acknowledging that I think 86% of our budget
Right
goes
now,
to
we're
salaries.
at about 81%. It has reduced slightly.
Okay.
But it's, and we have some reductions coming. However, we still don't meet, with those projections, we still currently do not meet our 5% reserve in year 3.
Okay. And I also want to note the second interim doesn't reflect any of the retirees and
Correct.
that analysis
Correct.
that needs to be conducted. Okay.
Correct.
And we should expect to see that at the next interim.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what we know for certain is everything just keeps going up.
It does. It does. And so we thought that it was important that everyone sees the carryover from the end of this year to next year, and then from the end of 26-27 to 27-28.
Okay. Thank you. If there are no other questions, what are the wishes of the board on the approval of the 25-26 second interim budget report? Thank you. I have a motion by Vice President Sellers. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second by Trustee Singh. Student trustee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Board members, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. We move on to approve valedictorian criteria, Board Policy 5127, graduation ceremonies and activities.
So this item is back at the request of the board after the deliberations on the conversation at the last board meeting. The board subcommittee assisted in putting together 2 options for the board to consider. Both of them do change the legal requirement for regalia and being able to wear cultural and religious regalia. So just something to note, that is an additional thing on top of the valedictorian that is a change in this particular board policy about graduation. Option 1 includes basically what is the status quo right now policy with A's and B's in all courses, even augmented courses. The number 1 top student would still be speaker and declared summa cum laude, which is the current practice. And then the awards, which are part of the current awards that are given out, are documented in there. Basically, what it does is it complies with the board's request that we move it into board policy. Option number 2 takes into account the conversation regarding C's in augmented courses only. That seemed to be part of the consensus for dual enrollment and AP courses. It still does the top student is the speaker. It still does the other honors that are in there, and it just memorializes those in board policy.
Thank you. So after we have any discussion or questions, what I'd like to do, if you all will allow me to make the motion, is to make a motion to approve one of the BPs, and then each board member can vote on option 1 or option 2. That way, instead of fighting over and having a lengthier discussion that we previously had, we can more efficiently decide. But are there any questions on the policy? I saw Trustee Kurfan and then Trustee Singh.
Thank you, President Creel. Director McLennan, you said that option A was the standard procedure we currently have? Okay, because last board meeting, I was informed that we don't have a standard uniform procedure among the 3 high schools.
So I think what they've told us before is we have a practice of allowing the A's and B's, and when Garza, there was a transition with Garza, and there was a presentation that incorrectly reflected allowing C's. And so that's what essentially has created what I will classify in term as chaos and inconsistencies across our campus. But the practice has been to allow the A's and B's, correct?
So the new policy was supposed to take place with the last year's class. I did go back there and check on all the programs for last year's, the students that were marked valedictorian. In the initial programs, they all had A's and B's. There was one student that had a C, but it was in the last semester of the senior year, which doesn't count because it's the first 7 was the practice, and they have already announced at that point. So last year was the first group that was supposed to be doing that. The inconsistency we had last year that I discovered, or that was discovered and pointed out, had to do with, again, some of the students at Garza being showed a video their freshman year that mentioned C's. And so since that created some confusion, some turmoil, that kind of brought us to this discussion. And so that was the picture from the investigation.
So can we say with confidence that before graduating class of 2025, there have never been any students that graduated as valedictorian with a C?
I can only say that I checked last year's because that was when that was what the new one was implemented. Before that, theoretically or allegedly, the policy was no B's. So, but again, when the schools split, there was some difference and variances between the schools, apparently. I have not gone back and hand-checked all the other years before last year. All I did was pull the transcripts for last year's.
Thank you. Those are my questions for now.
Trustee Singh?
So thank you, Assistant Superintendent, for providing all the information. So I missed the last meeting, but I did get an opportunity to watch and sort of get some sort of sense of the gist of the conversation. I can say with confidence that there have been valedictorians that had received C's because some of them talked to me personally about it, but in years past. What I am going to suggest potentially is a option C, which I will make a particular motion, but I believe that in this option it preserves some of at least the conversation that I heard, especially points that Trustee Kirk, President Carrillo, and others had made, and just creates sort of an efficient system that hopefully just creates transparency for the entire community. My suggestion, in a motion I'll be making then, would be the valedictorian designation would only be for the top GPA holder of that graduating class. So there would only be one valedictorian. The salutatorian, or salutatorian, would be the second highest GPA, so only one single student would receive a salutatorian designation. Then we have what essentially colleges and universities do, where we would have certain honors for those above of 4.0. So my suggestion would be, and having got some data in terms of what it looks like at some of our high schools, 4.0 to 4.14 would be cum laude, 4.15 to 4.3 would be magna cum laude, and summa cum laude would be 4.31 plus. Again, only one person would be a valedictorian, only one, meaning the highest GPA. Only one person would be a salutatorian, the second highest GPA. And of course, we have these augmented classes, so we are giving opportunities based on where they fall, based on their GPA, whatever grades they have, it's just based on their overall GPA, so you know, however they fall.
Trustee Kirk?
Thank you so much. Thank you, Trustee Singh. I wish we would have had that while we were looking at it. I concur with the idea that you are bringing with that third option. However, I know that we are pressed for time. As we're coming to the end, where regalia needs to be ordered and these decisions need to be made. So what I wanted to say is that I have not changed my mind. I will be going for option 1, but I did want to reiterate just these few points because I heard the students at the town hall, and I heard some of the reasons for extending. But I also know that this is because of a miscommunication, and so it was never really the intent to accept Cs, other than this one presentation that seemed to get to some students. So I do not believe that we should lower the standard for excellence for academic achievement. But we do celebrate the attempts for academic success. I want to say that a C is not a failure. It demonstrates room for growth. And as you seniors continue on your academic journey, you will see a value in finding the areas that you need to grow. And so this is not a failure on your part to achieve academic excellence. It demonstrates room for growth, and so your grades do not define you. But recognizing the opportunity for growth in your educational journey can define you. And that is why I'll be voting for option 1 tonight.
Vice President Sellers?
Thank you. I like the idea, and I will support that. I think the time frame that we still can't really enact that would be until the class of 2030, which we have to deal with the interim. And I'm gonna ask again, I've said this before, I know the district is presenting the stance that we have always had this policy, and I've asked for, my frustrations come that I have sat in this seat, actually it was that seat, and I have been provided misinformation before in the past. I'm asking for supporting documentation that the district has had this policy all along. I really haven't received that, but I have received from the community documentation that contradicts the district stance. That the miscommunications did not occur at just one school site, it was at all 3 high schools. That we've never had anyone graduate with a C. Had people reach out and say, I was valedictorian with a C. So it's kind of frustrating to come back and sit here and say, we are going to implement a policy that we've always had, and we can't really demonstrate that we've had that. Meanwhile, we've had students graduating with Cs, honoring them as valedictorians, listening to students come forward and say, hey, we're not asking to change it, we just want to continue the past practices that have already been established, that if I have a single C, if I still maintain the GPA above 4.0, I could graduate with honors as a valedictorian. While I disagree with the sentiment that we can have multiple first place winners and things of that, if we have already set this precedent that this is how we operate, I really am frustrated with the fact that all of a sudden there's a new policy and we cannot show any supporting evidence that we've had this. So unless the district can present evidence and say, hey, if this has been the policy, we've communicated this policy across the board, everyone was aware of it, I don't feel like I can support changing what we've already been offering to students.
And that's part of, I hear your frustration. What I want to move past that, I think we've all acknowledged, our administration has heard loud and clear. Unfortunately or fortunately, they're all new. And so I think just for efficiency purposes, we got to move past that. I just want us to now, and part of why this is now before us, and it's come to this board 4 times now to have this discussion about valedictorian and what grades are not going to be included, is we now have a written policy. So there's going to be no debate. This board gets to decide, and then the boards that come after us get to choose whatever they want to do with that. So I acknowledge, I hear you. My hope is the board will take action today and we will move forward. Our students will have a clear policy that they can point to, and now we can hold administration and employees accountable when they fail to comply with our written policy.
I agree. I understand the cabinet is new, but we still have staff members that are not new and were part of the original discussions. So there should be some ability to provide supporting documentation. This is quite asinine that we have spent this much time discussing this. It should be a simple, here's the evidence, here's the documentation, here are the town hall meetings, here's the parent square demonstrations, here's the flyers. This is the message that we changed the policy, here it is. I shouldn't be sitting here asking for it over and over and over again, and then we continue these discussions trying to sort through what may or may not have been said.
Understood. Trustee Sidhu.
Yes. Thinking out loud and point of clarification if needed. Option 1s and 2, I was actually thinking about abstaining from this vote, but I do like Trustee Singh's proposal. However, I do know the time crunch that we're on. So my question is, this options that we're going to vote on, can we vote on it for the current high school students from 2026 to 2030, and then before the next freshman class comes in, have something that Trustee Singh has come up with for classes that aren't currently affected by this decision?
Short answer is we can do whatever we want, so long as you can get 4 people to agree.
Okay.
Trustee Singh, and I believe the intent is he's going to make a motion to offer option 3, option C, whatever, a third option that would include that language. So we would just need to ensure that the language gets recorded, and then it'll get reflected in the board policy, and we can circulate that somehow in compliance with the Brown Act to ensure that administration can still move forward and make sure that we're ordering the regalia that we need to, so we're not delaying and this doesn't, if it comes back, and it can be information, but there's no further delay. Does that answer your question? Okay, go ahead.
I just wanted to confirm, because I'm going through it, I'm a little confused. So option 1 is A's and B's, and option 2 is C's allowed, but only in augmented courses?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And we have a third option, 3, which would be to have...
Which doesn't really care A, B's, or C's. It's just looking at your cumulative GPA. And it just sets the standards. There's one valedictorian, there's one salutatorian, and the rest you follow as you do.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay. So I'll move to approve option 1, 2, or 3 of BP 5127. Is there a second?
I think there's a persistent question that we have to.
So let's hold on
okay,
procedurally.
Yeah.
My motion dies. I'll open the floor. Go ahead.
I think as I understand Trustee Sellers, there's one particular persistent question that it's not even a question of time, it's just however we're going to address it. So obviously, I'm giving a suggestion, and even option 1 and option 2 essentially are a set of a board policy that we would like to see going forward. As I understand what Trustee Sellers is there has to be something in this particular moment, and his frustration is that it's just been inconsistent based on location. It's been based on our particular site. So there can be an addressing, and I'm excited to do that about what to do going forward, but we still have to address the question of what do we do that we have given, unfortunately, different information at different sites at different time, and sometimes conflicting.
So I will commit our administration on their behalf that they promise to comply with our rules and do their very best to bring information. Here's the deal. I really just want to move past that. I don't want to dismiss your points because they are very valid, and I agree with you. I've sat here now for 7 years, 7.5, but who's counting? And it's frustrating that we're constantly getting conflicting information. The community will say one thing, administration will say another, and everyone in between has their opinions. But I don't, and I'm not going to support directing administration to go back and spend more time looking for what exactly happened. I think what I ask of you is, what do you want? What are you asking for so that we can...
I'll make a motion then that we accept option B through the class of 2030, or through this graduating class up through 2030, and then Trustee Singh's policy would then be enacted, and in the meantime, we communicate that across the board to all of our school sites, all of the students, all of the community. These are the standards moving forward for the graduating class.
Okay.
So there's no miscommunication anymore. There's no, hey, what about this? Hey, what about that? It's, we will honor the commitments or the offers we made until that point. The incoming freshmen will have a new set of rules that they will be well informed on.
Okay. So I have a motion by Vice President Sellers to approve option 2 of BP 5127 for the period of 2026 through 2030, and to approve BP 5127 commencing with the class of 2031.
No, sorry, 2030. It would be
2030 that identifies the valedictorian as the number 1 student, the salutatorian as number 2, and will designate 3 categories of student rankings based on the GPA, which was summa cum laude.
Cum laude?
Okay.
4.0 to 4.14, magna cum laude, 4.15 to 4.29, and summa cum laude, 4.30 plus.
Did someone write that down? Okay. That is the motion.
Second.
On the floor. I have a second by Trustee Sadhu. Any further discussion? Student trustees, how do you vote?
Aye. Aye.
Board members, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Aye. Nay. And so that leaves us motion carries, student trustees, and 4 aye votes, with Trustee Kirk and myself voting no.
President Creel?
Yes.
So if we have any administrators in our district who are confused this year, can we just please refer them to this board meeting's live stream so that everyone is clear on the exact same policy?
Sure.
Thank you.
And I would also refer you to BP 5127 option 2 and the next VP of 5127, which will be effective for 2030 and on.
I will bring that amended one to the next one, just so all of that is enclosed, so it's all updated at once. And we have moved to a new practice of approving all programs, including the designation of valedictorians at the district level, so that all programs look alike and so that they are screened.
Thank you very much. Great job, team. Moving on to the next item, item number 4, approve revised board bylaws and policies. Dr. Marshall.
Right, what you have in front of you, these are the policies and bylaws that were brought forward at the subcommittee meeting, and they're ready for approval.
Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing none. Vice President Sellers?
Just to clarify, the board policy 5131-8, gun-free schools, is being deleted. Is that because California law is already preventing firearms on campus?
Go ahead, Dr. Lopez.
Yes, that is correct, but it's included in another board policy, so this was just eliminated through Gamut.
Thank you.
And I believe that number's going to be replaced by another policy, right?
Mobile communication devices coming next time.
Yes. Thank you, Vice President Sellers. Trustee Kirk had the same question to ensure that it is clear we still do not support having guns on any of our campuses.
I will motion to approve.
Thank you very much. I have a motion by Vice President Sellers to approve the revised bylaws and policies as listed on the agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second by Trustee Sadhu. Student trustees, how do you vote?
Aye. Aye.
Board members, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. We move on to item number 5, adopt resolution number 2526-34 regarding reduction or discontinuance of particular kinds of certificated services. Dr. Childs.
Yes, thank you, President Carrillo. So as board members, it is attached. The resolution is within the attachment within this M5. And this fiscal impact of laying off 5 teachers, and the 5 teachers would be classified as 3 English language arts, 1 music, and 1 art teacher. It will save the district approximately $500,000 just for those 5. Administration is recommending the board adopt Resolution 2526-34 regarding reduction of discontinuance or particular kinds of certificated staff for the 26-27 school year.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Trustee Kerfan?
Thank you, President Carrillo. Assistant Superintendent Charles, can you say again the number, how much we're saving with this item?
It'd be approximately $500,000.
Thank you. And how are we determining which ELA teachers are being
Based on the seniority list.
Based
So
on
we look at the
seniority?
seniority list, and then we also examine to see if they have bumping rights based off credentials held.
Thank you. And can you also just explain, just for the public's benefit, why we're choosing these 5 positions?
Yes, because those are the 5 positions that we have highlighted that we are actually overstaffed in at the secondary level.
It's not because we hate the arts and we hate English.
Of course not. Those will continue.
Thank you.
Is this going to have any impact on the programs we're delivering to our students?
No impact at all.
And I know that none of us enjoy this part of our responsibility as trustees. Do we anticipate that we're going to have any additional positions being eliminated?
Not this year, based off what we've already done with our classified, based off the reconfiguration of some management positions. This would be the final reduction based off the 25-26 school year, going into the 26-27 school year.
Okay, thank you. And I think I can speak on behalf of all of my colleagues to say that these are some of the things that we don't enjoy doing, having to eliminate positions, but I'm glad that at least it's only 5 instead of seeing what some of our neighboring districts are having to do. And I just want to make sure that we're taking all the necessary precautions to ensure that we're making decisions that we can sustain moving forward because these are lives that we're impacting. We're very well aware of that. If there are no other comments or questions from the board, what are the wishes of the board on this resolution? I'll move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. I have a second by Vice President Sellers. Student trustees, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Trustees, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. And our final item for action is to interview and appoint an Area 3 board member. So this item comes back to us for the board to review. We do have candidates present today that have submitted their application timely. And as the application identified, we said we would be conducting interviews today, March 10th, 2026. We timely posted that information on our agenda on Friday. In front of each board member, you should have a packet with each applicant's application. The application itself is 2 pages. 2 pages. If any of the applicants submitted any additional responses, those are in front of you. The applicant's address, phone numbers, and emails have been redacted to protect their right of privacy. So the process that I am recommending we conduct today is alphabetically, we interview the candidates, that we ask all the candidates who are not currently being interviewed or who haven't been interviewed to wait outside. We do have a list of questions. These have not been published. These were submitted by board members and reviewed to make sure that they were all appropriate questions and really that none of them violated any laws or rules. I would recommend that we select 3 or 4 questions, that we have our student trustees select one, and then as a board, we can select the other 3 and decide which of us board members will be asking the question, that we allow up to 10 minutes for each candidate interview, and then at the conclusion of the interview, that we have a discussion about the candidates and if there's any recommendation by any particular board member, or what I ideally would like to do is request nominations. This is an option. The board can decide. We don't want to choose anyone. and we can decide to bring back an item next board meeting to simply allow the item to be placed on the ballot and allow the members of the community to vote. Regardless of our decision today, if we choose to appoint someone, the seat will still be on our ballot in November. And the constituents of Area 3 will still get to decide who they will vote for should people submit for candidacy. Trustee Sadhu.
Yeah, just for clarification purposes, once a candidate interviews, do they return outside while the other candidates?
Yeah, I would propose that once a candidate has been interviewed, they can stay in the room. Trustee Kerfan?
Thank you, President Carrillo. I think this is a very important vote we have to take. We have to be very methodical with interviewing these candidates. So I feel that 10 minutes is too short to get a full, comprehensive idea about these candidates. I think if we were to do like 5 minutes, or maybe not 5 minutes, but like a couple minutes per question, I think keeping it to like a dozen questions is fair. I know you want to get home early, but this is an important decision.
I mean, I don't make the decisions. We've got to have 4 board members agree, and ideally, I'd like unanimously. I'm not going to support asking 12 questions. That's too many questions, in my view. But again, whatever the board decides. I don't have to ask a question, so if we all agree on questions, anyone else can ask. I'm fine with that. But thoughts, any other board member? And I want to clarify, this is not about me getting home early. My encouragement of being efficient is just that we still have other business and information, and I want to be reasonable about everybody being able to get back home at a decent hour. Trustee Kirk?
I would like us to consider question 3, 5, 12, and 14.
And
Our student trustees also have packets, right? Okay. Trustee Kerfan.
I would like to also make sure we include questions 1, 2, and 4.
Everyone just said the questions I wanted, but can we do 6? Question number 6.
Number 6? Okay. Are you sure you want to ask number 6? Okay. Any other questions that the board should consider?
Sorry.
Hearing no further.
No, sorry.
Just kidding.
Yeah. I don't know if we want to have a conversation because some of the questions being suggested, some of them are a little bit out of actually our purview, but I don't know if we want to have that particular conversation. But I would definitely suggest question number 13.
Number what?
13.
13. Okay. Can we at least begin by agreeing with question number 6 and having one of our student trustees ask?
Yes.
Are you guys okay with that? Okay. Perfect. We have one question down.
President Carrillo, I'd
Yes.
like to motion to approve all questions that were asked for by various board members during this open session.
Okay, so I have a motion to approve questions 1 through 5 and 12 through 14. Is there a
And-
second? Okay, any further discussion?
And number 6 was from the student trustees, correct?
Yeah, I wasn't going to vote because we already agreed,
Got
but
it.
sure, we'll put it in there. Will you accept an amendment to the
Yes.
motion? Trustee Kirk, will you accept the amendment to the motion? Okay. So we would be approving questions 1 through 6, 12 through 14, having our student trustees ask number 6, and then we'll divvy out the other questions. Student trustees, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye. Board members, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. We have our questions. Okay. Do we have, other than having our student trustees do number 6, are there any particular questions any of you want to ask? That's 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. Student
present.
trustees, sorry.
Oh.
Student trustees, is there a question from option 1 to 5 and 12 to 14 in addition to number 6 that you'd like to ask? Yeah, so one of you would ask number 6 and then the other would ask the second question.
President Carrillo, if I can just make a suggestion that you as the chair read all the questions,
Okay.
that would simplify things and we can get moving.
Is there any objection to that? Okay, great. So we have our questions. Can we have all of our candidates please wait outside, and then we will call you alphabetical order. Oh, yeah, absolutely. You mean you don't want to sit or stand outside in the cold?
President Carrillo,
Yes.
as a clarification, or whatever it is, if you would like me to take over after 3, if your voice is tired, I will be happy to
Okay,
ask
thank you.
questions for you.
Thank you. So I do, now that all of the candidates, I don't see anyone else here. We actually have 4 candidates that we will be interviewing today. I believe their names were already disclosed on our agenda. So the candidate list would be, just so that we're all on the same page, you have a candidate ranking form: Philip William Cervantes, Erica Piedra, Harmanjot Singh, Andrea Soto. Those are the individuals that are present. Okay, so alphabetically, we'll start with Cervantes, and then Piedra, and then Singh and Soto. Well, they're already in order. Perfect. And can we have one of our administrators bring Mr. Cervantes back? Okay, thanks. We have a proposal to next time send pigeons to call our candidates.
Perhaps we can manage at Central High School.
Yes.
Good evening.
Good evening. In fact, if you wanted to pull a chair instead of standing, that's fine. Okay.
Can't hit a base hit if I'm sitting down.
So we have 9 questions for you.
Thank you.
Our first question is, generally, community schools are public schools that function as neighborhood hubs, integrating academics with essential health, social, and family services to support the whole child. Do you support implementing them in Central Unified?
Absolutely.
How would you address inequity in the district as a board member?
That's a great question. Based on data. Data will show you everything in regards to where we're exceeding, where we're failing, and what different ethnic groups, with different schools. Most of that information, as my past experience from being a board member, is brought to our attention. So it's easy to kind of siphon through and identify where we might have some falls or some pitfalls and where we need to improve or add additional infrastructure and supportive systems.
Thank you. What do you see as the biggest challenges facing our district?
Academic achievement, safety, facilities,
What role should teachers' unions have in decision-making in Central Unified?
well, they're boots on the ground, so they have an active role on what's happening in the trenches in the school system. But I strongly believe they should also be part of the accountability system. And hence we have our administration who should work collectively with those bodies to ensure that we are holding our staff and people accountable for better outcomes.
Okay. Do you think school boards should take an active role in shaping policy, or should they defer to administrators?
Absolutely, I believe they should be involved in the policy. But they should also rely on their feedback from their administration to work collectively together to enhance our policies for better outcomes.
How will you prioritize safety for students on campus?
I'm not sure how to answer that question. Can you repeat the question again, please?
Yes. How will you prioritize safety for students on campus?
Number one, student safety has to be number one. If kids don't feel safe at school, how are they going to learn? By putting in policies and procedures to ensure that students are safe and that we're putting in mechanisms with our security systems, cameras, vaping alarms, staff located in the right proximities of their schools, heavy flow areas, yeah. Okay. On and on that one.
Describe how you would work with your fellow board members and the superintendent when there are disagreements on important issues.
Well, that's a big attribute. If you have the ability to work across the aisle, so to speak, to work collectively. And I'd like to try to share a little bit about my personal experience from being on the board. There's many times I walked into this boardroom and I had a mindset of what I thought was going to be best. But after being very open-minded and listening to other board members and their points of view and having the opportunity to be open-minded, and I'm not going to use the word persuade, but perhaps change my direction of thinking, change my direction of how I initially thought or perceived something based on the information I either gathered, received, or asked questions about. So here, by listening to the prospective opinions of other board members, I think it's incredibly important to unify the voice and to collectively make a better decision for the interest of our students.
The second to last question is, if selected, what would you hope to accomplish during your time on the board?
Very simple. Academic achievement, safety, clean and green schools. I truly believe that the greater good is everybody. It's not one sector over another, it's everybody. And I think collectively we have the ability to make those decisions. We know we can't have everything, but we can have almost anything we want if we work together. And
And our last question for you is, as a trustee, we sometimes make difficult decisions. Do you believe you make decisions based on the constituents you represent or the whole district?
the whole district, but the students first.
Okay, well, thank you for your time. That'll conclude the questions that we have for you.
Thank you. It was an honor and a privilege to be considered.
Thank
Do I
you.
stay or do I leave?
Yes, you're welcome to stay.
Do you think, well, it's only my opinion, but do you think by staying it makes the other person being interviewed a little bit more nervous? I want to
Probably.
be fair to them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll excuse
Thank you.
myself. Thank you.
Does anyone need a couple minutes? Okay. Our next candidate is Erica Piedra. Hello. You're welcome to stand, or if you want to grab a chair, we're fine with.
I'll stand for now. I've been sitting for a while.
Okay. Our first question for you is, generally, community schools are public schools that function as neighborhood hubs, integrating academics with essential health, social, and family services to support the whole child. Do you support implementing them in Central Unified?
Absolutely. I think bringing in the community into the school system is something that is advantageous. It just marries the community of the school with our students. And so if we can provide a one-stop shop for all of our students' needs and be a place that is inclusive, I think that is something that is important and that I would definitely think would produce positive outcomes. As a matter of fact, I've seen it produce some positive outcomes.
Thank you. How would you address inequity in the district as a board member?
You know, this is a really important area for me, being that I was raised as an English learner, a migrant student, and I'm the daughter to parents that came to this country as immigrants. Equity is important, and so it is what drives my work as an educator for serving in Fresno. And I think it's something that's extremely important and that we need to really keep our eye on with our student groups. And so taking a look at what are the gaps in our students, especially around their performance, and ensuring that our students and our staff, the staff that is working on behalf of students, is working to close the gaps where we see that those gaps are evident. And of course, we need to always use data to make those decisions, and then think through what are the best practices that we can implement in ensuring that we close those gaps for our students.
What do you see as the biggest challenges facing our district?
I think that there's just overall across the state of California and across the nation, we are in some very difficult times. And along with that has come, this pressure on budget. And so how do we, as a board, ensure that we are using every penny that is allotted to us, by our community and by state and federal programs to ensure that that we are addressing the needs of the district. I think absenteeism is something that is a struggle. I noticed that there's, you know, some absentee work that maybe can be done around attendance and improving that. And then no matter, you know, how much growth there has been, there still is this gap to ensure that more of our students are reading on grade level, are graduating college and career ready, and are ready to go out and be a part of you know, having success in college, in their career, and in life.
What role should teachers' unions have in decision-making in Central Unified?
So all of our unions have an important role in working together to achieve the mission of the district. And so each and every employee brings something important, a service that must be provided. In order to do that, we have to establish relationships with all of our employees and our staff. And this is something that I'm really, you know, just really passionate about, because I served myself as a classroom teacher, as a vice principal, a principal, and now a district leader. And the relationships that I have built along the way are important. So I really look at it as a team effort, and I think we need to listen to the voices of our classified staff, all of our union members, our teachers. They are the ones that are in the front lines with our students each and every day. And so it definitely has to be a collaborative effort to do that.
Thank you. Do you think school boards should take an active role in shaping policy, or should they defer to administrators?
I think that the development of policy is important. As elected officials, our job is to ensure that the superintendent has clarity of what the vision is, and that vision comes straight from our community. What does our community want? What do they expect from us? And it's our job to really, as a board, come together and determine what's going to be the best path. And there is a responsibility on the superintendent, and every employee that collects a paycheck has a responsibility to ensure that they are doing what's best for kids, and that we are leading the district through the vision of our families and our community.
How will you prioritize safety for students on campus?
You know, safety is one of the most important things, and so you know, our kids need to feel safe when they come to school. Families need to feel confident that when they are sending their children to school, that the staff there and us as a board set the expectation for what we expect for safety. To better understand that, I think listening to the community, understanding what is happening at the school sites, and then providing guidance and recommendation on how that safety needs to be improved. But it absolutely is a big priority. If our students do not feel safe, they will not be able to learn. And so we have got to create a safe environment where our students can thrive and where our families feel comfortable sending their children to our schools.
Describe how you would work with your fellow board members and the superintendent when there are disagreements on important issues.
So I think that disagreements are good. I don't look at that as a negative, because in every disagreement, there's a conversation that can happen. and one person can give their opinion and their belief, and somebody else can give theirs. And I think that that we shouldn't be afraid of that, because the job that we need to do is so important. So we've got to leave like our egos at the door, and we've got to be able to roll up our sleeves and have tough conversations, and not be offended by it. And you know, as a school principal, one of my things that I learned more than anything is that at the end of the day, when you go home, the next day you come back to work, and everything that happened the day before, you forget it and you start on a clean slate. And so we don't hold grudges, and we welcome diversity in thought because it makes us better.
The second to last question is, if selected, what would you hope to accomplish during your time on the board?
Well, first of all, I would want to ensure that I understand the needs, and that I'm listening to our community. I think the second thing would be to ensure that we are working collaboratively. Everyone on a team has things that they are gifted and talented in, and they bring experiences that can be shared. And so I welcome the opportunity to learn from you, and I hope that I would bring something that can also support this entire team in making the right decisions for our district.
And our final question is, as a trustee, we sometimes make difficult decisions. Do you believe you make decisions based on the constituents you represent or the whole district?
I think the constituents we serve have elected us to take this role, and so definitely their voice is extremely important. There's a balance and a role that we can also play with the community in fostering, having conversations with them. But at the end of the day, we definitely need to put the voices of our communities at the forefront, while balancing what our staff and what our employees, the tough job that they have to do. And so understanding that tough job and understanding what our families want is that difficult job and work that has to be done. And so I welcome it. I welcome it, and I think that we have to have a balance between the two.
Well, thank you very much. That was our last question.
Thank you.
Our next candidate is Harmanjot Singh. Did I pronounce that? Did I say that correctly?
Like the O is elongated. Harmanjot.
Harmanjot. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. our first question for you is, generally, community schools are public schools that function as neighborhood hubs, integrating academics with essential health, social, and family services to support the whole child. Do you support implementing them in Central Unified?
So, first of all, I'd like to say good evening, sat sri akal, buenos noches, to everyone, to President Carrillo, fellow trustees, and Dr. Marshall. Would I support the implementation? Sorry, what was the name of the?
Community schools.
Community schools. Would I support community schools and their implementation in Central Unified? I'm a firm believer that students are our first and foremost priority. I don't believe that conventional learning is always the way that students can, learn. When we're stepping into a classroom, often maybe 30, 40% of students don't understand, in a traditional classroom format. So if we can employ strategies such as community schools within Central Unified, I would be more than supportive of it.
How would you address inequity in the district as a board member?
Yeah. To me, equity isn't just like a buzzword. It's a lived experience. I myself attended Central Unified. I went to Herndon Barstow, Rio Vista, graduated as valedictorian from Central West, now Central High. I grew up in a single mother household. I used the resources that Central Unified gave me, whether it be the free lunch program, resources such as after-school programs, tutoring, all of that good stuff. And that allowed me to go to UCLA, graduate from there, and come back and give back to my community. How would I address inequities? That's a very big question because, I don't think there's any one-size solution that fits all. But I do believe that it is putting students first and foremost when it comes to, what are the challenges that they're facing in the classroom, on the playground, at school, and even at home. Oftentimes there's things going on behind the door that we can't address or that we don't know of. But it's our job as adults, educators, trustees, to make sure that we provide all available resources that we can.
What do you see as the biggest challenges facing our district?
That's a good one. Actually, I would say we have quite a few challenges. As it was brought up earlier in the meeting, we clearly, our neighbors at Fresno Unified, they're facing a budget deficit. We're facing, uncertainty of, federal dollars, and just even what is the direction that public schools are going to go. I think, ensuring that, we're remaining committed to, especially, school attendance, addressing chronic absenteeism. All of these things are super important. But for me, I do believe that, there's no one particular issue that's the biggest that's facing the district. I think we have to look at the sum of the whole.
What role should teachers' unions have in decision-making in Central Unified?
So teacher unions are, in my opinion, oftentimes, unions and trustees or boards will tend to clash. But I don't think that's the type of relationship that we necessarily need to foster. I think instead of something that we oftentimes see as adversarial, we can see that as more of a kind of, teamwork sort of thing. Teacher unions tend to, address issues of whether it's, underpaid, wages or, overworked teachers. All of these things, at the end of the day, go back and affect our students, and that should be our first priority. We need to make it a working relationship. It can't be an adversarial relationship.
Thank you. Do you think school boards should take an active role in shaping policy, or should they defer to administrators?
I think that every decision that the school board makes, ultimately the onus falls on us to make sure that we are properly doing our research, We're looking at best practices, not just in Fresno, but not just in California, but through the nation, for which policies are implemented. Because at the end of the day, each yes and no vote comes down to, our respective decisions. Administration, of course, does their due diligence to provide information, but even just as we saw today, sometimes there is conflicting information that's proposed. And so the ultimate decision lies in the trustees' hands.
How will you prioritize safety for students on campus?
Safety, in my opinion, isn't just physical. It's also, emotional, mental. Of course, making sure students feel safe on campus physically, that they don't feel harmed, threatened, that's super important, but also it extends to, how do students feel in terms of, do they feel like they're being bullied? Do they feel like, even the stresses of academic performances that a lot of our students do have, because we expect them to achieve and do well. All of that is also important for safety. I know just within this past year, we had a student pass on the freeway that was huge. That broke my heart. And I think that it's on us to make sure that we are utilizing every available resource to make sure that students feel safe physically, emotionally, mentally, all of that.
Describe how you would work with fellow board members and the superintendent when there are disagreements on important issues.
I don't think that disagreements are a bad thing inherently. We should come to the table with, different perspectives, different ideas. We want to ensure, whatever decision that we come up with eventually is the one that is best for the students. And I think that if all of us are attending these meetings, working with each other in good faith, I think that is the expected outcome.
And the second to last question, if selected, what would you hope to accomplish during your time on the board?
Yeah. First thing first, I would hope to be caught up. I know there's a lot of things that are that are happening, that have been happening. So I would hopefully meet with all of you and learn, what are the issues that we are facing. Of course, you all have a lot more inherent knowledge than I do. And from there, see which issues need the most priority, move forward from there.
Okay. And our final question is, as a trustee, we sometimes make difficult decisions. Do you believe you make decisions based on constituents you represent or the whole district?
So I think that when we are implementing policy, it doesn't just affect one student. It doesn't just affect the students in our district. It affects all students district-wide. I do believe there's a role for trustees that trustees do play when it comes to listening to their constituents. Ultimately, you were elected. Whoever is, you guys appoint from here, that person was elected. But at the end of the day, you do have to answer to your constituents too, listen to them. But when policy affects every student, we have to, in the best interest of students across the district, vote that way. What's that one saying? Rising tide lifts all boats, right? So I think that's the way we need to perceive this.
Great. Well, that was our last question, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Are we to go back? Okay, sounds good.
Okay. And our final candidate, Andrea Soto.
Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Hi.
Our first question for you is, generally, community schools are public schools that function as neighborhood hubs, integrating academics with essential health, social, and family services to support the whole child. Do you support implementing them in Central Unified?
Absolutely. Supporting the whole child is actually our mission. I've been an employee with the Fresno County Superintendent of Schools for over 2 decades, and we thrive on providing service to all students of all walks of life, different backgrounds, different needs, and we're focused, my focus, not only as a professional, but also as a parent, to support student success. That has been our motto under every single superintendent that I've served. I've served under 4 superintendents, and every single superintendent from Dr. Mias to Larry Powell, to Jim Uvino, and currently Dr. Michelle Cantwell-Kofer. They all have a mission and a vision to support student success.
How would you address inequity in the district as a board member?
I would address the inequities of the district. That's very simple. I would approach it first with empathy. I would be empathetic to the different and diverse needs of the students. It's from a fiscal background, it's clear that not every student gets an equal share of time, support, even resources. There's students that have additional needs that require additional support and additional resources. And so addressing every single need that either comes to the board or comes forth from the community is addressed first with empathy, but it's also addressed with fact-finding, qualitative and quantitative data. That's huge right now. And so just approaching the matters and the needs of every student with empathy and facts, I feel is the best approach.
Thank you. What do you see as the biggest challenges facing our district?
That's a great question. The biggest challenges I feel really come from a lot of our current events. A lot of the current events now with things that are going on in not only our community, but also in the world. I feel safety is one at the forefront. We want to keep our children safe. I, as a professional, but also as a parent, I have a live perspective. My children both attend Central Unified Schools, and I know safety is really at the forefront. We want to make sure that our kids are safe. We want to make sure that the resources from the community, as well as our educators and professionals, those resources are provided to the students. But I also feel with a professional fiscal background that budgetary needs are very critical as well. We're seeing in the media, as well as I'm seeing in my professional career, that there's a lot of budget cuts. Those are things that we need to keep at the forefront. We're also hearing from the state level that lower birth rates is something that is going to creep up. And I feel like those are things that we need to keep at the forefront. But first and foremost, I feel the safety of our students is prime and key.
What role should teachers' unions have in decision-making in Central Unified?
That's another great question. I feel teachers have a voice, as well as all employees have a voice. I feel that, again, going back to fact-finding and presenting the needs in a professional manner is something that really does go a long way, not just with the board, but also with the community. I feel that teachers are really boots on the ground. They're at the forefront, providing these services to our children and our students, and they do deserve to be heard. Not just teachers, but also classified members as well. In my background, I served on the union board for quite some time. We dealt with advocacy, negotiations, things like that, disciplinary actions. I feel that everything has a process and everyone has some sort of expertise within the process. And I feel that as long as we're following the protocol, I feel that, teachers deserve the right to be heard. Folks deserve due process, and it doesn't really matter the position or the profession. I feel that unions in general, have the right to advocate and present their needs and their concerns.
Thank you. Do you think school boards should take an active role in shaping policy, or should they defer to administrators?
I think that is a great question, but I also feel that it is a shared responsibility. It's not a one-size-fits-all. Everyone, again, brings their own expertise, their own needs, and I feel that when you're developing student-governed or student-centered governance, that really requires it requires everyone. It requires the community. It requires administration. It requires educators. It requires a board. We really need to have options presented to us so that we could decide the best of the best. We can take the best of the best and present that and provide that and implement that for our kids. But it is a shared responsibility.
How will you prioritize safety for students on campus?
That is a great question. I'm actually quite pleased that that was asked. I mentioned earlier that safety is, I know, a big concern for many parents, many professionals, many educators. I myself, I look forward, I look ahead. There's a lot going on in the world today. I do want to mention too that I come from also my husband's in law enforcement. I come from a law enforcement background. I do know that there are resources available. There's resource officers. There are safe campus safety and security. And I feel that, again, as a community and as a shared responsibility, we bring these resources together, some that do exist and some that may not. I feel that bringing those ideas to the table so that our children's safety is at the forefront of everything, I feel is, a great plan of action.
Thank you. Describe how you would work with fellow board members and the superintendent when there are disagreements on important issues.
That answer is also quite straightforward and simple. I would approach it with empathy. I feel that it's, again, not everyone thinks the same. It's not a one-size-fits-all. But I feel that with healthy communication, open communication, transparency, and active listening, I feel that we could come together as a whole and make the best decisions for our students.
Our second to last question is, if selected, what would you hope to accomplish during your time on the board?
If selected, I do plan to put my best foot forward. I would give the district 110%. I would hope that every student that comes into any Central Unified School District doors, my children included, have the best educational experience, have all the resources available to them, and not just the students. I'm also talking about the whole student. And when I mean the whole student, that's also their families. I feel that Central Unified has done a wonderful job in providing resources to students as well as parents. There's educational classes, business classes available to parents. I'd love to see that. I would, again, endorse those movements and those resources. I would also hope that the child has a great educational experience throughout their time with Central Unified so that when they do graduate and go into college life or adulting, they are successful. But it takes a community, it takes everyone to assist in every child's success.
And our final question for you is, as a trustee, we sometimes make difficult decisions. Do you believe you make decisions based on the constituents you represent or the whole district?
I believe the school trustees make their decisions collaboratively, with collaborative effort, and it's a unified approach. Again, it's not one person's opinion or one person's idea. I feel that the shared responsibility and the collaborative efforts with everyone, again, allows the decision-making to take the best of the best. And we use that information to provide the resources to the whole child. That's student, that's family, that's community engagement, and it's for the well-being of the entire whole.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for your time. That was our last question for you.
Thank you so much.
And she was our last candidate. So now, any discussion by the board on any of the candidates? Do we need a few minutes to reflect on our notes? Yeah? Okay. Why don't we take a few minutes and everyone can look up when you are done reflecting and reviewing your notes. You should probably leave them here. Yeah. So the question is, our notes, are we keeping them or are we leaving them here? And we should leave them here and have them shredded by Anita. So first, thank you to all of our candidates for taking the time to apply and wanting to serve as a trustee. Having served all of us at least for some time now, it's a thankless job. So thank you for your willingness to commit to that. With that, I'll open the floor for any discussion. Our student trustees.
Okay, this is a little weird because I wrote some notes down for all of them. I'm going to say the positive notes, if that's fine.
Sure.
Okay, starting with our first candidate. You were very confident, which I really like that. Second, Miss Pedra. You were very calm and explained really well. Number 3, your word usage was amazing. I really liked it. And Miss Soto, what did I write? You served under 4 superintendents. I thought that was like you have experience, so that was amazing.
I was also going to say everyone seemed very prepared, and I really liked all their responses, especially with student safety and concerns about like attendance and all that, because I do see those issues, and I agreed with a lot of issues that they pointed out because I do notice those in our district.
Thank you both. Who would like to start the discussion? Or continue the discussion? Our students led by starting the discussion. Vice President Sellers?
Thank you. And first of all, I appreciate everyone's interest in coming and participating tonight. Thanks. This is a very large decision, and as Trustee Kerfan mentioned earlier, the impact that this will have. Unfortunately, I don't think that the brief interactions we've had here qualify me to make a decision for an entire body of people that I don't represent. And for that reason, I'm going to abstain from any vote for appointing anyone. I would prefer to just wait until November and let the community decide who they want to represent them. Those are my thoughts.
Okay, Trustee Kerfan?
Thank you, President Carrillo, and thank you to the candidates who applied, those who can make it today, and those who had conflicts. This is the opposite of what we had earlier in the last board meeting. This is a good problem to have, that we have multiple qualified candidates that care about our community. This is a difficult decision. It's not one that we can make lightly, but the fact that we have multiple good options, I think, is a great boon to our district. And as alluded to, this is but a kind of preview. The voters will get to decide this race, among others, in November. So if you're not picked, you can still, as anyone in this country, run for office and may the best person win. For me, I think, what I'm looking for a trustee who is student-centered and can also be humble. Someone who knows Central Unified and has lived that experience. Someone who is not going to fade away even if we don't appoint them because they are involved in the community, and hopefully someone who is policy-oriented. I have a motion ready, but I will wait to hear other voices.
Trustee Singh?
Again, I want to appreciate all the candidates that took the time to come share with us their vision, their hopes, and their aspirations for Central Unified. I think for me, I'm really sort of like weighing, we have some folks with clear expertise that they've drawn from their professional world that really seek to bring that expertise here on their board. And then you also have, just sort of community folks in some way, which is the beauty of small d democracy, where everyone's voice matters, and in some ways just echoing sort of the community that we live in. So these are some of the things I'm just sort of like weighing out in terms of the decision. But again, I want to thank you all for taking the time to share tonight.
Trustee Kirk?
Thank you very much. I'd like to also echo our thanks and gratitude to our community members who did step up for this very important role, not thankless, but very important role. I am more aligned with Trustee Sellers, and I'm having a little difficulty putting myself in the place of all of Area 3. to be the spokesperson. But I do also understand that we have a responsibility as a board to be able to function at our full capacity. So that I was where I am. I do appreciate all of you coming out tonight and sharing your thoughts and hopes for your role on the board with us. Thank you.
Trustee Sadu?
I also share concerns that Trustee or Vice President Sellers has. The only thing I'm fearful of is, happenstance. We split 3-3. We do need a deciding vote. So that is I would say, the guiding reason. But I 100% agree that to make a decision for an area that I'm not involved with doesn't sit right with me. Other than that, all 4 candidates did really good. Everybody has good answers. I'm very happy that we got the level of engagement we did on such short notice, and just the fact that all the candidates who applied were willing to put their proverbial hat in the ring in the race, just to be a part of our community and be a voice in our community. Speaking for myself, this is a hard decision, but kind of echoing what Trustee Kerfan said, that I feel like no matter who comes out on top, Area 3 did send their best. So looking forward to what's going to happen next, but I'll limit my comments to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any new comments?
I have a new comment, and if there's no other comments, I'll make a motion.
No, I would like to provide
after.
some comments. Thank you.
You go first, please.
I won't repeat what my colleagues have shared already, but I do just want to say how impressed I am with just the involvement and the background of each of the candidates. For me, and I understand the conflict, and it's one, and one of the questions that we did ask is just acknowledging that as trustees, yes, we get elected by our constituents within the area, but as someone who was in a position to have to make a difficult decision that would be in the best interest of the district as a whole, and that those members of my specific area constituents who vocalized their perspectives disagreed, and I went against that. And so with that, I also acknowledge that this is not an easy decision for me. The person that I will support in appointing for this position to serve until the November election is someone who's really focused and centered on students. And you all responded in focusing on students. For me, one of the candidates that really stood out, and I just really appreciated every response was student focused, Mr. Singh. And so to me, he was one of, in my perspective, the strongest candidates as far as his experience. And it may be that he most recently served as a student in our district and experienced a lot of our programs, but I do just want to acknowledge just the level of expertise and experience that you all bring to the table was phenomenal, and I appreciate and just want to thank our student trustees as well for listening and providing some great feedback to all of our candidates. So it sounds like, Trustee Kerfan, you have a motion
Yes,
and
I
some
do.
additional comments.
And my additional comment is that in addition to thanking all of our candidates tonight, I also want to thank former trustee Natalie Chavez, who in her time on the board brought an accountability to Central Unified, was student-focused, and had a sharpness that I really appreciated the opportunity to serve with her. But I agree with President Carrillo. My preferred candidate tonight would be Harmanjot Singh, so I will motion to appoint him to the Area 3. I do represent Area 4. I do have ties to Area 3. That's the neighborhood I grew up in. I attended Riverwolf Elementary, and I believe that Harmanjot Singh represents, a lot of the best of that neighborhood. So I will motion to appoint him.
Okay. I have a motion by Trustee Kerfan to appoint Mr. Harmanjot. Okay. Harmanjot Singh. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. And that was Trustee Kong, right? Okay. Any further discussion? Okay. We'll do a roll call vote. I have the forms. I will conduct a roll call vote. Student Trustee Alizani, how do you vote?
Aye.
Student Trustee Kong,
Aye.
Trustee Singh,
Aye.
Trustee Kirfan,
Aye.
Trustee Kirk,
Aye.
Trustee Sellers,
I'm going to abstain.
okay. Trustee Sadhu,
Aye.
and myself will also vote aye. The ayes have it. We have student trustees and 5 board members with Trustee Sellers abstaining from the vote. Congratulations. So I will now administer the oath. So if I can have you join me up here. Okay, thank you. So before we move on to our information items, just to recap, so following this appointment, the board will need to, via our superintendent, post notice to our community of the appointment that we have made. It is a provisional appointment. If the constituents disagree with our appointment and decision, they do have the right, based upon the education code and the elections code, to petition to have you not you per se, but our decision not take effect. And then if that happens, then the seat would remain vacant until there is an election. So our notice will include all the required education code sections and elections code sections. And then we will get notice. I think they have 30 days. The constituents have 30 days to challenge our provisional appointment. Otherwise, you take duties immediately until we're notified by the County Board of Education differently. Okay. Do we have an agenda we can give him? Do you have a copy of the agenda? Okay, great. So we move on from our action items to our information items. And the first item to discuss is receive information regarding district dress code policy. Dr. Lopez.
Good evening, Board President Carrillo, Board of Trustees, and Superintendent Dr. Marshall. Central Unified School District Board Policy 5132 states that the governing board will annually receive AR 5132 6 months before each new school year as an information item and direct staff to communicate any changes to the public through school newsletters and other related vehicles. AR 5132 dictates the district dress code for all students TK through 12 and is reviewed and updated annually to maintain order and provide a safe school environment for all students. This item is only here for information only, and I will be happy to answer any questions as well.
Thank you. Do we have any questions about our dress code policy? Go ahead, Trustee Kirk.
Thank you, President Carrillo. Thank you very much for making the correction to the language of this to make it more aligned with how our students identify the difference between the term grooming as it meant back in the early 20th century and as it means today. So thank you very much for making that correction.
You're welcome. Thank you guys for the feedback.
Yeah, so just as a note, when we had this policy come before the committee, one of the things that Trustee Kirk pointed out and Dr. Childs as well flinched with the use of the word grooming and acknowledging that that has a different meaning. And so thank you for that. Vice President Sellers?
Thank you. As this is the district's dress code, do school sites have the ability to amend, add, modify anything to it themselves?
There is portions here regarding safety. So for example, Pathway Pershing has certain rules associated to that for safety reasons. So there is some discretion. However, it has to be presented as part of their enrollment packet, provided to families, so there's guidelines that they have to follow.
Okay, so the school site makes that decision themselves?
With their committees, with their school site councils, and present it to parents.
Okay. Can we just ensure that any changes that are amended or additions added to, that's communicated with the board?
I couldn't hear that, I'm sorry.
Any site that makes their own additions to, can we make sure that is communicated to the board?
Yes, and I'm just gonna make everyone aware, no other school besides Pershing Pathway that I'm aware of has done that because of specific safety concerns.
Okay, yeah. I just,
But
through conversations with parents that some sites implement things differently, and I want to make sure we're doing things consistently across the board at all sites.
Yeah, and that's why I have this presentation here as well, by the way. I forgot, I kind of got ahead of it. Do you mind if I go quickly through it?
Yeah, let me see if there's any other comments or questions. Go ahead.
So now in the feedback that we received, majority of our parent community states that they would like no changes. So 17 schools notated in their surveys that the parents did not want any changes to the current policy, compared to staff 15 and 13 sites reported data from the majority of the students stating that they would like changes. When you look at the sites that reported feedback for changes, the number of sites that reported suggested changes to the dress code are here for students, about 19, staff 13, and parent community 4. These are the overall themes that came up. And just to summarize them for you, this clearly called out that there's a little bit of a misunderstanding of what is policy and what isn't. So that is why we're representing this again. This is sent out after we present this to the board. This is sent out through all of Parent Square like we did last year. And this is it has a direct link through the QR code to our actual AR stating these policies. We also review this with administration in our next in-depth meeting. Some of the things that they noted were comfort, and a lot had to come with footwear. So we do have to explain to students that due to safety reasons, we don't allow Crocs. So that is part of our policy. However, there was a lot of comfort discussions that they discussed with footwear. The other ones were related to pajamas. They are still bringing up the same discussions as last year, wanting to have pajamas allowed at schools. However, we do allow flannel pajamas. So those are here, just so everyone can see with the visual of what is allowed and what it's not. This is what it looks like. This is the flyer that we're going to send out again via Parent Square. And we felt like we wanted to include visuals because some of the comments made were also gender neutral kind of comments, stating that some of the policy items in the policy may not be gender neutral. However, the board and our district has made large efforts to ensure that everything in the policy is gender neutral. So I wanted to show pictures that tank tops are allowed for both girls and boys. So those were some comments that we constantly saw on the feedback, but they're reflected in our policy. So we want to make sure we clear that up. Shirt length, it shows appropriateness. Underwear type, sleeveless shirts, see-through fishnets, or other attire which exposes the body, such as bare midriffs, tube tops, halter tops, dresses, skirts, shorts, etc., are not acceptable. And there's an example of what is acceptable: layering. Frays and holes, short sleeves, they are allowed, but not in an excessive amount where it shows a large portion of your skin. As you can see, we do allow hairstyles and being able to showcase your identity through your hair. So we provided examples of that. Again, the pajamas is the confusion. The flannel is allowed, not the full-on pajamas or pajama pants that are not flannel related. The Crocs are not allowed. That is one of the feedback that we received. Go ahead.
So I'm looking at the no Crocs, but I'm also looking at it must have a back strap. And I believe some Crocs come with sport mode that you can put the strap on. So is it no Crocs or no shoes without a back strap? I could see that being a question.
So what it stated is, and I'll read it out, all TK students must wear shoes with a back strap. However, what we notice is they'll bring the Crocs and they will not put the back strap on. They'll flip it to the front. So that is why they're in here as a what not to do.
As I learned, sports mode.
Yeah, and other sandals, like you can't do that. You can't flip the back. With these, you can. Leggings are acceptable and must be thick enough so as to not be see-through. And again, the comprehensive AR is linked to the QR code, so our families have access to that. And we are in the process of translating and ensuring that the new policy is updated. So this will be sent out via Parent Square as soon as we send out the translation as well.
Trustee Sidhu?
Just one question. Let's say it's like, pajama day, then any pajamas are okay? Okay.
So exceptions are those climate culture kind of events that the school set.
Yeah, and our board policy reflects that if it's a special event like sports teams or things of that nature, then students are allowed to wear it. And then I know that our student trustees went home already, but I just want to note for everyone else on the board that the hairstyle change was something that the students brought forward a few years ago, early on when both Trustee Singh and I were elected to the board. And so I just want to thank them and remind folks that we do listen to the student feedback, because we want to make sure that they feel comfortable and safe identifying themselves while also balancing any disruptions in the classroom, which is kind of the discussion around hairstyles previously. So thank you. And then I do just want to reiterate, I agree 100% with Vice President Sellers that we need to ensure that our staff at all of our campuses are well aware of what our expectations are and how they're interpreting the AR to ensure that there isn't any inconsistencies or inequities. And this board has worked tirelessly to make sure that our policy is written in such a way that is gender neutral and is inclusive of all of our students, however they may identify.
Thank you. This will be included not just in the next in-depth, but as a reminder, when we open the year, we also review this with our staff.
Okay. And so then we'll have this item return under consent to our March 24th, 2026 board meeting. We move on to item number 2, receive information regarding Pro Screen Community School proposal for Roosevelt Elementary. Dr. Lopez.
I keep on bringing these community school items to you guys, and I just want you to see the faces behind the work. If you guys can come forward. So the administrator, as well as our community school coordinator, work together to create agendas in collaboration with their parents and teachers that are part of the committees at the school sites. They lead discussions and they identify needs and gaps assessments that based on surveys that have already been provided to the community. So I just want our coordinator, and I know you haven't met the coordinators, I want them to introduce themselves.
Hi, everyone. My name is Amy Cruz, and I'm the coordinator at Roosevelt Elementary.
My name is Blanca Juarez Rico, and I'm the community schools coordinator at Steinbeck Elementary.
Hello, everyone. My name is Blanca Martinez Ayala, and I am the community schools coordinator at Madison Elementary.
Good evening, Board Trustees. Judy Martinez. I am a teacher on special assignment, serving in the role of community school coordinator at Teague Elementary.
Now I want to introduce two of our principals for the programs that I'll be presenting with you tonight.
Stephanie Hamblin, principal at Roosevelt Elementary.
Esther Kircher, principal of Steinbeck Elementary.
And last but not least, you've met her already, so we have our supervisor of community schools.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Diana Padilla.
And thank you all for being here and being patient at 9:35 for this item to come before us. Thank you.
So having said that, we are going to start with our proposal. So this was attached for your review. Oh, hold on, never mind. This is the next one. Roosevelt Elementary is more than a school. It is a central gathering place for students, families, and the surrounding community. This project is designed to strengthen the sense of identity, pride, and belonging by enhancing the visual environment across campuses. Currently, several highly visible areas of the school lack cohesive design elements and reflect Roosevelt's cultures, values, and spirit. ProScreen has supported schools across our district with high-quality graphics, banners, and signage that strengthens campus identity and visibility. It also aligns to our PBIS framework and being able to provide these vision statements, mission statements for the school and pillars. The sustainability, well, this proposal represents a long-term investment in durable visual improvements that will serve the school community for many years. Financial impact, the cost that is proposed is $78,822. That is a one-time cost, as this will remain part of the visual of the school. Administration is recommending this item be placed on the March 24th board agenda for action. Again, they align, and this went through their committee process. They got approved through their committee process, and it aligned to the pillars that they selected in the SMART goals for the school.
And I think we have another community member, either a coordinator or someone else.
Well, that'll be for our next presentation.
Oh, okay.
I kind of skipped through it. I almost got into that one.
Okay. Any questions or comments on this item? Trustee Singh?
Just a quick question, Dr. Lopez. I mean, I can imagine most of our community schools just wanting to sort of like illustrate pride, kind of increase the sense of belonging and safety. Could you just kind of share a little bit, like obviously Roosevelt is one of our community schools. Was that sort of the basis in terms of funding? Why? Because I can imagine this being a wider conversation probably at all our schools at some point.
Yeah, so I know Roosevelt is one of our older schools, and I know that they determined one of the specific pillars was to create the sense of belonging for the school. So signage was important to them. Signage or images or visuals can reflect the PBIS framework for their school and the specific pillars that they stand behind. So that is a way of carrying out the message of what they stand behind in alignment to PBIS. So we don't want to just to be seen as, oh, we're just wrapping the school with visuals. That is not the case. They are looking at messaging that will be embedded in those visuals to create the sense of identity for the school.
Thank you. And I think maybe at some point, just a broader conversation, I know in Central, there is a desire for us to talk about branding, to talk about sort of inclusivity, belonging, and I think it's great that Roosevelt's leading the way, as it often has.
Trustee Gerfon?
Thank you, President Carrillo. And it's great to see all the coordinators here tonight. And I know Principal Hamblin and Vice Principal Woodard are doing great work at Roosevelt. Quick question, do we have a mock-up as to what this design would look like?
I'm going to have the principal, because I know she's been more involved in this process.
So this is actually broken up into multiple parts across our campus. This is most centrally aligned to one of our goals where we want to create a community hub for Roosevelt. With the redistricting, our demographics changed dramatically, and now our population is truly central to our school. If you've been out to Roosevelt, you know we're deep out there. We are way out in the country. What we want to do is create Roosevelt as that community hub where our families come for events, they come for our community resource fairs, that it is truly where we go to get together to create that sense of community right there in our little rural area. So with that, we have a couple different phases. Trustee Kerfan, you've been to our school, you saw, and Superintendent Marshall, you saw our student wall in the hallway. We're looking to expand that in the front office and throughout our cafeteria. Our cafeteria is one of our main areas for our family events. It's pretty old. And so this updating would actually take our student faces, pictures from over the years and currently, and be putting them up on our walls. I'm a big believer as a principal that you should see our kids even if they aren't on our campus. You should know who is there, what this school means, and what's it a part of, and that's a part of what we're doing here. So that's one of the phases, is the front office and the cafeteria would have those student photo walls along them. Another phase is our softball fields and our baseball fields. We want to have mesh banners along the back walls of those. When you enter our school and walk through our hallway, first thing you see when you open the door is our huge, beautiful field. And right there on our fields are our softball and baseball diamonds. So by putting these mesh banners there, that is really eye-catching. That's also where we host all of our spring outdoor events. Our back-to-school fall events is all out there on those fields. So again, it's creating that community feel to it. The next project is the classroom windows. We started this last year with putting beautiful coverings over each of the windows. If you've driven past Roosevelt, you've seen it all along the front. This would now finish off the last two final buildings, so it would all be in uniform. It's all with our PBIS motto, that same imaging and, I'm sorry, losing the term I'm looking for, the same imaging and the same word space in all of our areas. The last phase of it would be along our back fence line. We would like mesh banners along there. We have them in the front and on one side. This would partly be to keep with that same imaging, but also to create that sense of barrier and safety and privacy for our students, because we do back right up into private residences. Their backyards are literally our backyards, so being able to have those mesh banners along the fencing would create that privacy barrier.
Excellent, thank you.
Probably just a very short comment, just more for the benefit of all of our trustees. What Principal Hamlin was talking about, and even President Carrillo had alluded to, previously we had like a Roosevelt annex, which was actually separate from the school. And so when we did the new school boundaries that started this year, we wanted to consolidate to actually have neighborhood schools, so in one particular area. So hence to create that actual sense of community at Roosevelt and all of our other schools. And Trustee Carrillo made a very brave vote, as she alluded to earlier, too.
And perhaps once the project is done, we can schedule tours in compliance with the Brown Act.
That is correct.
For anyone who would like to go. Any other comments or questions? Okay. Any objection to having this return under consent? Okay. Item number 3, receive information regarding Corrine Campus and Associates contract.
Hello again, Corrine. So let me introduce her first, so you guys get to see the name, the face as well.
Hi, I'm Corrine Campos. I'm the owner and principal consultant for Corrine Campos and Associates. I've had the privilege of working as a consultant with Central Unified in supporting the planning grant for the Community Schools Initiative, which I'll talk about in just a minute, as well as securing the $8 million grant for the 6 schools. As you see, the work is happening. It's being presented before you today. And I just want to thank President Carrillo and the trustees, the cabinet, and all that are here today. I do have a short presentation, so I'll go ahead and get into that. So essentially, what's before you is really to look at renewing the contract for the implementation phase. So we're well past the planning phase of the grant. As you all know, we have an implementation grant for community schools. We've just begun finishing our first year envisioning, and we're stepping into a deeper implementation, which is really going to take the work into a whole new echelon of district-wide steering committee, building on some of the community engagement that's happened over the planning in the first year's implementation, and really setting some, what we hope will be ambitious goals around the 4 core pillars: family engagement, integrated services for students, so on and so forth. Why Korean Compost and Associates? Our firm brings more than 45 years of collective experience doing community-based work directly. And, you know, really focused on impact, evaluation, performance. We've worked with school districts, higher education, and we also have a fund development branch where we've raised more than $120 million from schools, government, and dozens of nonprofits. We're really, really embedded and entrenched into the community as an organization. And so we have deep roots. We're local right here in town. And so our approach is really focused on collaboration, equity. Even when we supported the planning grant, we were meeting with parents, families, students, teachers. The process was co-created and co-designed by the school sites. And so those are just some core examples of the way our firm does business. I've presented just a few examples of some of the pillars and the work that this contract will afford you all, really looking at collaborative leadership. So really what's before the district is launching the district-wide advisory, which is really going to be comprised of all of the different site committees, as well as community-based organizations, to really lead the overarching theme of what community schools looks like for this district. Because the beauty is that there's variance site by site based on those specific neighborhoods and what those schools and parents and families need, but there still are overarching goals at the LEA level. And so getting this right is going to be critical for the success and the sustainability of community schools moving forward. While the state is looking at launching some additional funding, it's really a big downgrade from the more than $4 billion that was released initially. And so the $1 billion that will hopefully come out is going to be, may not be competitive, but it's going to be a small fraction of the cost. And so this is the time to really set our goals, prove the vision, do the implementation, and exceed our overall goals. Integrated student supports. So the firm will really be focusing on enhancing and strengthening the ongoing community connections at the site level around integrated student supports to remove barriers for learning for students and families, and really exploring how we can look at replicating some of them at other schools too. These are just the initial community schools. It doesn't have to be the end. The other pillar is around active community engagement, and so this is really where we're focusing at the site level community advisory to design and support best practices around full engagement. So it's less about consulting families and students and more about sharing decision making. And so we're really looking at using the spectrum of community engagement. And so I've been working closely with the district on designing that process around some professional learning development and really creating what we call enabling factors for success. And then finally, looking at expanded and enriched learning, really that's a critical part of community schools. It ties directly to some of the community-based learning that will likely happen in the classrooms, but also through recess and through the extended learning. There's a lot of funding out there, and so I'm excited to explore and dig into some of that, because there's no reason why community schools needs to just be an $8 million grant. If the needs and gaps analysis shows that we have a $40 million goal, then let's look at braiding funding and outside funding to help supplement the good work that the district is doing. And so again, just summarizing that, really this Korean Compost and Associates is set apart because me and my team really offer hands-on support through coaching, strategy, community connections, and bringing deep expertise to advancing the Community Schools Initiative with a focus on implementation and sustainability. So thank you.
So she is the historian for our district. Community schools has shifted multiple hands. So she brings in the historian component and helps us apply for additional grant funding. We just completed an additional ACES grant for Joslyn St. Cara, and that was with her support, the historian component from prior years and surveys done. So we are looking at a potential application coming soon for additional funding for community schools for more of our sites. So she would bring in that whole consultant, the piece that she completed in the past, help us ensure that we are meeting those deadlines, and a great support to our new supervisor of community schools. Additionally, she has played a huge role in making connections amongst districts. So it's because of her that we were able to build relationships with Parlier, with Fresno, attend their committee meetings, and learn from those districts as well. I'm happy to answer any questions. Administration is recommending that this item be placed for action in our next board meeting.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board? Trustee Kerfan?
Thank you, President Carrillo. And I'm always very engaged with these presentations. A lot of the community schools in our district overlap with Area 4. Roosevelt, at least we don't have the annex with Steinbeck, Madison, Tilly. Those are all schools that are within my boundaries. So I know we're within year 2 of our community schools grant, correct?
Yes.
And have we applied for the next phase of that grant yet?
There isn't any yet. There's a potential opening soon. So that's what we're planning for.
So is that the same thing as you mentioned with the ACES grant, or is that a separate?
That's another grant we applied for. So I'm really excited, and we're hoping to hear soon.
Right. And I think it's very imperative that we do apply for that, if we don't, that we're finding outside funding sources, because a lot of our budget for community schools comes at the expense of the salaries for our community schools coordinators. And it would be really unfortunate if we don't apply for those grants and then we run out of funds and then we end up in an unfortunate position at that point.
So know that my priority is that. That's why we applied for the HOPE grant and we received it. And thank you guys for approving that. So that'll give us billing, so hopefully revenue for a couple years, and we'll apply for something else next.
Thank you. And Ms. Campos, you mentioned braided funding. So can you elaborate more about our plan for applying for those braided funds?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Trustee Kerfan. The concept of braided funding is much like what you're describing, where you apply for multiple grants. You also look at mixing that stack, so it doesn't just have to be grants, because while we love evergreen, all grants have a term, so they all end. And so it's really looking at grants, but you can also couple fee-for-service, collaborative partnerships, and other ways of generating revenue. Grants tend to be the most popular because they have biggest bang for buck, but the point is like braided funding would be applying for the extended learning funding, looking for more funding for integrated services, like across all those pillars, there's a lot of different grant funds available. And so my hope is that we can really maximize our applications.
Excellent. And should we get approved for those funds, do we have an idea of how we plan on spending those funds, whether it's programming, facilities, staffing?
All the grants come with a specific guideline, so we would have to follow that guideline. For example, the ACES grant supports safety in the after-school program, but also identifies with climate culture components, staffing, so then we're able to use it for after-school program staffing. So depending on the grant, we would have to follow those compliance pieces.
And I'm glad you mentioned safety, because as new trustee Singh mentioned, safety is not just physical, but also emotional and mental. So
that is correct.
Are we looking at using those grant funds for mental health as well?
Yes, so we received the grant last year for LCSSP, $2 million, and that is addressing those components. ACES grants already cover that as well. We provide training for Safe Talk to all our leads, to all our staff in the after-school program, so yes.
So I do want to make sure that our discussion is focused on the contract before us. If we need to have a much larger conversation about where we are with our community schools, then we need to properly agendize and have a thorough discussion and update us to how we're funding the various aspects of it, please.
Thank you. I'm done with my questions, but I do feel like they were germane because a lot of the implementation of the community schools grant is happening through Campos' associates.
No, a lot of the implementation is happening through the community school committees. She is supporting us and leading the work and building connections with other districts, other entities, other CBOs, and also helping us apply for more grant funding.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Kirk and then Vice President Sellers.
Thank you. I have a question. I'm looking at the budget. I'm trying to understand where the funding is going. So
the one that was attached, correct?
Yes, I'm sorry. The
so
one
that
that
is
says
the
original
grant.
state board approved.
Yep. So that was the grant that was submitted to the state and approved by the state. So when they applied for the community schools grant about 3 years ago, they had to submit a budget. So when they evaluated that, they had to look at other districts that already had gotten the grant funding and what was successful implementation of those. So a position such as hers was kind of something essential in those districts. So even when we commute and visit other districts, they do have somebody like her that we've connected with, because then they bring in the historical context, the application process, and you name it.
Okay. But this budget is what we're looking at? This is not a real budget. My question is about some of the line items. And so let me give you my question, and then we'll see if it's relevant. So when we're looking at the total site allocation budget, at the bottom line, it says does not include book, supplies, and training costs. However, if I look up a few lines up, books and supplies, line 4,000 is included.
Yes.
Books and supplies included or not included?
Yes, so the budget line above it is for books and supplies. The bottom part is hers, correct? The one that you're referring to? The 90,000, 15 for each site? I would have to see it. I'm sorry.
I'm looking at the I don't know how to describe it. The ones that are blocked in green. So books and supplies has a 4,000 next to it. Consultant has a 5,000 next to it. Training conference has a 5,000 when I'm looking under the description.
So I would agree, Trustee Kirk, that the number at the very bottom that says total site allocation balance, as it states, does not include those additional components, and those are outlined separately. So we're getting a balance.
Oh, yes.
That does include the book, supplies, and training cost, but then the last green line, the $11,884.79 for Teague, does not include the book, supplies, and training costs, and then that's what we see then above, that the books and supplies are $15,000, and then a portion of that is the consultant fee is $15,000, and then training conference is $3,000.
So I can explain this. I got it in front of me now, so sorry.
Thank you.
So this was presented last year when we were trying to approve the coordinator positions. So the reason why I uploaded this one is because the prior one that was submitted to the state did not have the actuals for the staff that we hired. So this one does. So what you see at the bottom is we wanted the sites to know how much money they would have left to do as they needed with their committees. And that is what you see at the bottom. And the reason why we added does not include books, supplies, and training costs is because those are already in the budget. So this money at the bottom is basically what they have left to do as they please to meet those areas. However, this is very different right now because year one, as you guys recall, we didn't spend any money. We waited. We had to approve the positions. We had to get the job descriptions approved, you name it. That took us quite a bit of time. We were able to finally approve them, I believe, in February. So then we started the hiring process. So year one, you didn't have expenditure, so all the money rolled over to this year. Yeah.
Vice President Sellers?
Thank you. It's been a while since we've talked about community schools. I was wondering, I think this is kind of in line with the agendized item, but can we get a recap of how much money the district has received, how much we've, or if there's expiration dates to that, how we've allocated it so far, if we have any noticeable return on investments yet, and just kind of an overall summary of the community's feedback and input. That I know certain sites have different needs, and as board trustees, I think it'd be good for all of us to know ahead of time what certain things are being asked of the community so that we can help allocate resources appropriately.
I can definitely submit a report to you guys just because that's a lot of information that I want to provide to you, but I want to be able to reach out to the sites and compile that information. We are in the middle of completing the March deadline, end of March or April deadline, where they have to report everything that they've submitted, the evidence, and you name it. So then I'll be able to give you a better report when we finish that phase. What I can tell you is we haven't spent much money because it took us a little while to get the standard operating procedure done, completed, approved, training, you name it. So we're at this point of spending, which I really am eager for them to spend because we need to show a report that says, yes, we spent this money and we still need it. I don't want to lose it. The other piece is You asked, the last one was about, oh gosh, it was a presentation, the actual expenditures, and there was a third one.
The results from the community's
Yes.
feedback?
So the results, that feedback is supposed to align to their goals. So that is going to be part of that report they're completing to the state.
Okay.
What we are going to request the state, oh yes, the last one that you asked is, are we allowed to keep the funding if we didn't spend it? Or somebody asked, I think, that question.
Just when it expires.
Okay, so every year if we don't expend the funds, we have to ask permission basically to roll it over. So in this March deadline that we have, or April, early April deadline, we are going to request for the state to allow us to roll over the funds again, because we did that last year already. So it would have to get approved.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I know that some of the monies expire, and recently it seems like we've approved a handful of items. My concern is that, are we just spending it to spend it, because if we don't, we're going to lose it? Or are we actually investing it in quality things that we're really going to do good for them?
So there's a reason why we're in March and they're finally ordering, because they had to go through the standard operating procedure processes. They had to include the community. They had to include the committees. They had to create goals in alignment to the state. It took us quite a bit of time just to collect all of that and get it done so it could be done the right way. Like, we don't ever want to spend money just to spend it. But I appreciate your question.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So let's make sure we agendize this information item, or we look at our next workshop. I don't have the calendar in front of me, so that we can have a more in-depth discussion about community schools and get an update as to where we are.
That works.
But yes, we had a lot of delays because we as a board tabled the positions 3 or 4 times. I remember that specifically. So
about 4 or 5.
Okay, any other questions about the contract? Okay, if none, are we okay in having this returned under consent, or we want action?
I would like this under action.
Okay. It'll return under action to our March 24th board meeting. Item number 4, receive information regarding expanded learning opportunity contracts for summer and school intersessions. Dr. Lopez.
The district operates expanded learning programs, including after-school intersessions and summer programming, funded through the state and federal sources, including Expanded Learning Opportunities Program grant. We partner with qualified vendors to deliver specialized services for enrichment camp offerings. Due to the cumulative cost, so basically I am very type A, so I want to make sure if we have a board policy that we're abiding for it. So what I did is I reviewed the budgets and the expenditures we had with vendors, all vendors starting last year in July, because July camps fell under this year's budget. So once I calculated that by winter program, I realized some of these by springtime will be over the 50,000. So that's why they're in front of you. We do want to still provide these camp opportunities for our kids because they highly rated them. They're the ones that have one of the highest enrollments. So I believe I attached also for you the list of all the camps. As of Thursday, this last week, that was the number of registered students. We already have kids on the wait list. So we would have to move forward with this proposal in order to provide those opportunities for kids, else we will not be able to meet that demand.
Okay. Any questions or comments? And so again, these are vendors and camps we're already providing and have been providing, but the expenditure is going to exceed the $50,000, which is why it's coming before us. Any objections to having this return under consent? Okay. And as a reminder, any items under consent we can pull, just let me know in advance or at the time we move to our consent item. Number 5, receive information regarding Elevo proposal for T Community School. Dr. Lopez?
That is correct. Judy, do you want to come and join me at the podium? Teague Elementary School is seeking to partner with Elevo in order to provide structured resource opportunities that also address social emotional demands. Elevo already partners with other schools in our district, and that is why it's coming to you. So even though this contract's not over the 50,000, we know that that'll put our district at over the 50,000 threshold. By providing organized games and enrichment opportunities, Alivo will help students regulate energy in productive ways, which in turn reduces disruption and enhances readiness for the classroom. So this is similar to HPA, which you guys saw to other community schools. What this one does is also provide social emotional learning embedded in their structured recess approach. This will also be paired up, just like HPA, with professional development for staff around how to create these structured opportunities that align to PBIS. Additionally, they're going to provide this training to 10 of the site members, just like HPA will too, just so they can continue carrying this kind of work after their term expires. We're happy to answer any questions. Administration is recommending this item be placed on the March 24th board agenda for action. And I have Judy here. She's part of the committee for TIG.
VP Sellers and then Trustee Gerfan.
Can you provide a little bit more in-depth information as to what they are actually doing and how it differs than our other school sites right now with lunchtime activities? I'm not understanding it.
So they bring equipment, they teach lessons to the kids on how to actually perform the game, whether it's I use soccer as the last one, it could be basketball. They create these structures and bring the supplies with them. They train the kids, but then they also provide opportunities for kids to interact in a positive way. So then they provide positive feedback in return. They assign them roles. So it's just a structured recess activity.
Is that not something that our school sites already do?
They should, yes. All sites should be doing that. However, some see it more of a struggle. So they feel like they need some coaching support. So it's almost like they're providing on-site coaching as they're doing the activities to staff. So that's why they include professional development for the staff.
So maybe Ms. Martinez can provide some information as to why the school is asking for this contract.
So one of our smarter goals was to increase recess equipment as well as support. We have aides out there. A lot of times, though, if we have teaching fellows out there, however, they're not trained in properly how to work with our students. So they're bringing in SEL. They have a curriculum. We're going to be able to shadow them. We will not be able to use their curriculum, or they won't share the curriculum with us because it's what they use. But they're also doing socio-emotional, as well as things like they would do with sports, teaching them how to lead, teaching them how to be respectful with each other. Our aides and that are out there, they're not doing that. They are simply there making sure that our kids are not hurting themselves, that are not fighting. They have activities out there, they have balls. Yes, they have all of those things, but it's not structured. This is structured. And so we have, that's the idea, right? They have to be structured. So that, and again, this was brought to us by not just our staff, but our students, that this is what they wanted.
When it comes to the community input side of things for our community schools.
How did we get the input?
Yeah, how did we get the input, and how many parents said that this is, exactly what we should spend our money on?
So we have a committee, and the committee voted, and we have parents on the committee. Are we asking every parent to vote on this is what we want? It doesn't work like that. It's like a school site council or ELAC. Right?
My
So we
concerns
have
with the
a
school
majority.
site councils are, in my time that I sat on them, you're struggling to get input and participation from parents and students.
Absolutely.
And so you have one, maybe two parents providing input.
The minimum, right?
Yeah.
No,
And that's
yeah,
my
and
concern, that
absolutely.
one or two people are making a recommendation for the entire school community.
Right. Well, and just so you know, when this is brought to at least at my site, I'm not just getting input from the Community School Steering Committee. We do meet. However, I sit in School Site Council, I sit in ELAC, I sit in every engagement that we have for the family, like Principal's Coffee Chat. Again, are they well attended always? Not always necessarily. We also get input from our staff on our site leadership team, asking them We also get input from all of our classified, because on every Wednesday agenda for professional development, community schools is on the agenda. And so we are getting their input. Yes. So it's not just the committee. Okay.
Trustee Kerfan?
Thank you, President Carrillo. And Mrs. Martinez and Dr. Lopez, this is not the first community school that's used a level, right? I think Tilly, we approved that my first or second year on the board.
Yeah, HPA. However, other schools are using a level through their school site council, so that they're doing the SPSA process. And to kind of discuss the goals, I think it's important for us to remember they don't just adopt purchases; they adopt a goal. So if their district goal, if their goal for their committee and their site, they as identified by the needs assessment, the survey that was sent to all the parents, it identified the need for a positive school climate and culture. So then we hone in on that a little bit more. We asked more questions, and they were able to really understand behaviors, the need for structures, and that's where these purchases come in.
So with the fact that we have other sites using Alevo or have used them before, what are they saying about this contract? Has it been beneficial? Do they want to continue it, or have they discontinued?
Based on the ones I saw, they're returning from last year. So I would have to ask those leaders to identify in their SPSAs how effective it's been and why they're returning this year. However, this is the first one for community schools. And again, it's only coming to you because other schools are using it, so I know it's going over with our purchase.
Thank you. I would want, did you have something to add?
I did ask them. I called the schools and I asked to speak with the principals and the vice principals to ask before we made that decision, because I had to report that out to the steering committee and our staff. Yes. And they're very pleased with Alevo.
Thank you. And is this structured emotional learning something that our current staff are unable to do themselves?
It depends on sites and training, right? So some sites have done a really good job at providing and teaching structures and reinforcing those. There's a reason why we have restorative practices training for our whole district. We want to ensure that everyone understands how to engage in those conversations with kids when incidents are happening in the yard. This is year one of restorative practices, so ideally, once we are done with that, everyone should be able to understand how to interact, how to have conversations with kids when they're proactively before they engage in something. So that is part of our training this year.
And having approved Alevo before, I support the framework and the curriculum it provides. Just wondering, what is our timeline for being able to provide this type of curriculum ourselves internally?
So we already do through PBIS. So just as a reminder, we have structure systems, a matrix that has to be created with goals and expectations for kids. During unstructured time, cafeteria, classrooms have their own classrooms. Now we are evaluating as a system. I know I brought the PBIS presentation to you guys, fidelity of implementation. Is it really happening at all our sites? And that is what we're evaluating. What we're seeing is inconsistency. Some schools are doing amazing, right? You have platinum status, you have all these great things happening. At some other sites, we're still integrating practices through PBIS and structures.
Thank you.
Trustee Kirk?
Thank you. I think you said at the beginning of your presentation that you wanted to increase equipment. I think that was part of your goal. So I notice equipment isn't included. So are you going to have the equipment to play the games and the sports that they're going to train on after that contract ends?
Equipment is included. Their lessons are not. So we are keeping the equipment. We are keeping the structure, so that remains how they play the game, right? Even the norms that they're going to set, we keep all that. We do not keep their lessons, their lesson books.
Any objection to consent? Okay, this item will return under consent. Thank you very much. It is 10:12, and as hopeful as I may be that we would finish before 10:30, it's probably not realistic, so may I have a motion to extend?
Motion to extend.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion by Trustee Singh. I have a second by Trustee Kerfan. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. So we have a board policy that requires us to extend our board meetings past 10:30. So ideally, we're supposed to be finishing our board meetings by 10:30 is what that policy says. In any case, we move on to number 6, receive information on change order for bid package SBO2, Jaswant Singh Caldra Elementary School. Director Rodriguez.
Thank you, Board President, Board of Trustees, and Superintendent Dr. Marshall. This item comes to you as an information item regarding change order number 5 for bid package 2 at the Jaswant Singh Caldra Elementary School. As with any major construction project, adjustments sometimes become necessary to the original design during the build. These kind of changes are normal in a project of this size, and these changes have been reviewed by our district staff, our construction manager, Kitchell CEM, and PBK Architects. These modifications ensure that the school is delivered safely, efficiently, and aligned with the district expectations. Administration is recommending that this item come back to the board on March the 24th, 2026 for action, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have on this item.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board? Trustee Singh.
Director Rodriguez, you know, I think I have just a huge concern, and you have to really help me out in terms of understanding the either the frequency or is this a common occurrence? Because so many of the reasons to change orders not shown in drawings, not shown in drawings, not shown in drawings. Is that a issue with our vendor? Is that an internal issue where we're not catching these particular things? Because, I mean, some of these things in terms of like elevator shaft wall for, I mean, my assumption that for no group, neither for us nor for the vendor, are we drawing a elevator for the first time. So my assumption is that we would have kind of standard operating procedures in terms of how this is done. So I mean, just like, and it wouldn't catch my attention if it was just the reoccurring nature of this particular issue, and hence why we're paying for it.
Yeah, and that's an excellent question. So the first thing that comes to mind when I see quite a bit of change orders is the coordination among the consultants and that work for the architect. That seemed to appear to be lacking. That's number one. Number two, this particular bid package is the biggest of the 11 bid packages of the multi-prime project that the school was delivered on. So this particular bid package it was general specialties. So they have all of the building structure. They have all of these things combined. It was like 57, if I can recall correctly, they had the bulk of the package was like 50%, 57% of the actual hard construction cost. So that's pretty big. And when we look at the change orders, and to date, we're sitting at around 3%. So for a project of this size, I get what you're saying. It does, you know, it does appear to be that way. But again, this is a multi-prime project to where I'm bringing to the board several, where I would just bring one if it was just a hard bid.
Right.
So it has the appearance, and I get what you're saying, but it's just the way the statute's written, we're still way under the threshold for a project of this magnitude.
Trustee Kerfan.
Thank you, President Creel. So when these change orders say we have to pay these costs because they were not shown in drawings, who is responsible for doing the drawings?
So it's the architect's responsibility.
And who is responsible for making sure that the architect is following the drawings correctly?
So we did a constructability review. We hired a CM firm to actually do the constructability review. Myself and the staff actually went through the drawings and caught a lot of things. The contractors kind of helped us out, the ones that were actually interested in bidding this project we call them pre-bid RFIs. So they're pre-bid requests for information. So those things are gathered up into an addendum and pushed out. So when they're bidding this project, they're actually looking at these things. So sometimes, as far as responsibility, you know, it would be the design professional.
And am I understanding this correctly, that our change order total is going to cost us $390,000?
And $366.09.
That is correct.
366, thank you.
Yeah, that is correct.
Right, so I understand you're saying it doesn't seem like that much because percentage-wise, but it is quite a bit of money that could be recouped for other infrastructure projects.
Absolutely.
So I hope moving forward we can avoid these issues that seem to stem from our multi-prime bids.
Any other questions or comments? Who's responsible for coordinating all the consultants?
The architect.
Okay. So I get it. I mean, this is common as someone who grew up in construction and looked at plans frequently. I've said this from day one that I've been on the board. This is really unacceptable. I mean, we're paying good money and we're using tax dollars to pay each of the consultants, the architects to bring their expertise. I understand from a global perspective, as both trustees have shared, that, and you commented, it's not significant because it's below statute, but some of these things are really unacceptable and quite ridiculous that were missed in the first round. So I guess moving forward, and perhaps this is another opportunity to have another information item or discussion about what are we going to do differently. The recommendation to go to a whatever structure we have now, construction build, design build.
Yeah,
Design build.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
no, design bid build.
Design bid build.
Mhm.
That was a recommendation brought by administration that the board approved because we were told it would be better. I am an expert in education law. I can tell you a lot about that. I am not an expert, even though I have basic understanding and can read plans about what it takes to build a school. So when we're relying on the administration's recommendations and relying on our various contractors, it's discouraging and disappointing to hear and say, well, you know, this is what the board elected and overall it's not a significant cost. So I think what we need to focus now and have a conversation moving forward is how we're going to do things differently so we can address this at the beginning. Because the fact that this is happening now, $390,366.09, even though it's like less than the 2% you commented about, this is a higher cost than if it would have just correctly been done. There's no room for argument. I mean, the cost of things, the labor, it's costing us more money. This is less money that we have to spend on other projects. So I do just want administration to consider what's the next conversation look like for this board to have, because this clearly isn't working. Unless I'm mistaken, and please, any board members, if you disagree with my summation of our
No
feelings and thoughts.
May I?
Yes.
So if you remember, we hired 2 architects for the new projects. So what we probably plan to do is the architect should be giving a status report, like in a monthly basis. That way you get the status report, and that way we have the architect in front of you saying, okay, this is what I'm doing, so that we have a little bit more accountability with the architect. Because when you signed the contract, there was an addendum letter that I had them sign that, hey, if we feel like the cost is more, then you have to sit at the table and negotiate with us. So I have that letter that there was 3 things. So moving forward, I'm going to talk to Mr. Rodriguez, and I want to get more involved with the architect and see where we get from there.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I think my next career is going to be to become an architect. Okay, any other comments or questions? I mean, the reason I hate these kind of items is because our hands are tied. So any objection to having it returned under consent?
No.
Yeah. This will come under consent. I think we voiced loudly and clearly our concerns with these types of projects. Number 7, receive information on change order for Justin Garza High School Athletic Complex increment number 3 project.
Thank you again, Board President, Board of Trustees, and Superintendent Dr. Marshall. This item comes as an information item for change order number 1 for bid package number 10. Number 10 is the electrical package for the athletic complex increment 3. This project is located where the former ponding basin was off Grantland Avenue, just northwest of Collegian Stadium. These modifications ensure that our facilities are delivered safely, efficiently, and aligned with our expectations. The administration is recommending that this item come back to the board on March the 24th, 2026 for action, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have on this item.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Were we not able to identify that we needed these sound system speakers when the plans were initially drawn?
So what happened on the sound system? They had them in there. The problem is they were inadequate, and we would have been, our staff would have been disappointed during the testing. So the architect realized that, you know, they made they erred on their end, and so they're picking up the cost on this.
Okay. And so
there's no expense for that particular item. But I'm bringing it because I have privity with the actual contractor.
Okay. So you'll bring back another information item just to show that we didn't pay for it?
Yeah,
It
or I
didn't
can give
come
you
out of
an
our
email
project?
from them acknowledging that they are going to be paying for that.
Okay, so I think what we'd want, I mean, and maybe actually no, an information item just confirming receipt that they've paid for it, it's not coming out of our construction budget would be great. Trustee Kerfan?
Very briefly, so if that's the reason for this change order, how come the document says not shown on drawings?
Because the items that they showed, the items that were added, were not shown on the drawings.
This particular sound system, essentially it sounds, and correct me if I'm wrong, we upgraded our system because the initial system wasn't adequate and we knew it would present problems. So I'm glad we're catching that. My concern with my minimal understanding of how these bids work is we choose the lowest bid on these contracts and then have these change orders. Are we actually choosing the lowest bid? Because I don't know, I don't remember, I don't memorize to know what type of furnishings or sound systems other contractors may have pointed out in this area. And if it's our architect, then it's still an impact.
It's the architect. So the architect specs it out, contractor bids the work. And so that's typically the way it is.
Okay.
If there's a substitution, they'll fill out a substitution request saying there's no impacts. So, yeah, it's in the drawings.
Trustee Kerfan?
Yeah, it's our duty to find the lowest responsible bidder. My fear is that throughout all of Central, throughout our various facility projects, that we are overemphasizing lowest and not even recognizing responsible. We need to have more focus on having responsible bidders, responsible contracts.
Yeah, I think the problem becomes is if our architectural plans are inadequate. I mean, literally as someone who used to read electrical plans and bid on projects, like you bid on what you have in front of you. If that plan is wrong, the electrician's not going to be like, well, this really should include something else because the lowest bidder is going to get the job. I mean, that's what's written in the law. So, okay, any objection to having this returned under consent? Okay. Next item is number 8, receive information regarding bid schedule and award for Houghton Kearney parking lot reconstruction and expansion and bid schedule and award for 2026 school painting projects. Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes, so this is an information item for the 2 projects that are currently being advertised. They are the Houghton Kearney parking lot reconstruction and our summer painting projects. The bid schedules are in your attachment. So the public advertising dates for both of these projects were February 2nd and again on February 16th. Bids will be open tomorrow on March 11th starting at 2 p.m. And administration has recommended this item return on March the 24th. Board agenda to present the awards for each project. and for the board to take action on that item. And I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have on this item.
Yeah, so this item is coming to the board, more of a placeholder. We'll have the final bid documents come March 24th, so it'll be action. But Vice President Sellers?
Just kind of building on the previous conversation, have we gone through these plans with a fine-tooth comb, looking for any mistakes to catch it ahead of time?
Always, we always go through these, yeah. Looking, checking, crossing our Ts, dotting all our Is. Just sometimes we don't catch everything, but we catch the big things.
But we have gone back and reviewed these.
Trustee Kerfan?
Is 2 weeks enough time to find a suitable amount of different bidders?
Yes. Well, it's all according to the public contract code. We go outside of that, then they'll, the people, the bidders out there.
Would it be outside of those norms to extend it for a month instead of 2 weeks?
We can extend it. The problem is that we got to allow time for protest. We have to allow time. If we do that, then we're going to end up pushing it into after the summer projects. We'll be painting when the kids are in school. So,
if I may, Director Rodriguez, and maybe this is for everyone. So, like, generally speaking, as I understand, Trustee Kerfan, you have groups that just look at school contracts. So they're kind of already primed, ready to go. It's oftentimes the same players. What you're saying might make sense if there was a new player wanting to enter, but generally speaking, most of the firms in this area and everywhere, they're getting pinged as soon as these things get out.
Got it, thank you.
They are very much the same people. They're the only ones that have the bonds. Yes, okay. This will come under action with the bid information. And number 9, receive information regarding E-Rate Network Electronic Bid Award. Director Robles. Director Rodriguez, you get a break.
Thank you, Board President. Today I have for you 2 competitive bids to outfit the West Arts Center with the new network equipment it needs. Central Unified uses E-rate funding for network purchases like this. RFP went out and closed on February 24th. The RFP included network switching equipment, Wi-Fi access points, and all the required accessories for us to install those. The bids are scored using an E-rate approved matrix with price as the heaviest weighted factor. The financial impact on this is going to be approximately $59,972. E-rate is estimated to discount 80% of that cost back to us, and our final cost will be just shy of $12,000, which will be paid out of the general fund. And we're recommending this come back on the March 24th board meeting for action.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? This can return under consent, right? We don't have, it doesn't have to be formal action.
Yeah, we just have to choose the suggested bidder is on the form that I gave you.
Okay. Then we'll have this, well, I mean, it would be to accept your recommendation.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
We'll have this return under consent. If we need to pull it, we can.
Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you so much. That concludes our information items, advanced planning. The calendar should be attached. Any additional information and closing comments? So this item is on the agenda intended if there's any request for additional information or future agenda items. Trustee Singh.
Probably a question for Assistant Superintendent Iqbal. In some ways, I was reminded, and I appreciate Dr. Lopez, you bringing up that when we have numerous contracts, even if each individual one is below the threshold of $50,000, that came. I just want to make sure that that's that should be sort of consistent practice, because maybe I'm also thinking at City Hall where they had an issue that was very slippery, where they were purposely putting multiple contracts below their thresholds to do that. So I just want to make sure that that's something that we're talking about and make sure that that is practice for us.
Yeah, so my understanding is at least this year and maybe even last year, any vendors contracts that will total and exceed the 50,000 are coming before the board.
Yes, yeah. And I just want to make sure that that becomes standard practice.
And I want to say that's something that you implemented and flagged for
And
us.
sometimes what happens is if you look at the consent agenda items, we do bring it back in then, so. But if you want, we can bring it as an info item, that way, the big ones.
We can make that decision when we're planning for the agenda, but
I think agenda prep is best for that.
yeah. But to answer your question, yes, that is what administration is doing, and that's what they've been directed to do. Okay. Any other closing comments? Okay. Our next meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, March 24th. Our closed session will begin at 5:30 p.m. and it'll be our last scheduled public session at 7 p.m. Beginning in April, we will just begin open session as soon as we conclude closed. We don't need to adjourn into closed session again or reconvene. What are the wishes of the board on adjournment? Thank you. I have a motion by Trustee Singh. I have a second by Trustee Sidhu. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. We adjourn at 10:34 p.m.